Hang on. Hang the bloody heck on. Orchazini, Watto, and welcome. My pre-get started mix served me a disturbingly old Mr. B the Gentleman Rhymer mashup. Apparently that's the vibe today. Yeti, fast! Yes, I have heard of a Valley Without Wind. Aeon, Watto, and welcome. Hang on, let me just update Yeti on the boards. Still too early to tell this month, but you never know. Okay. Oop. I'm back to the emotional support Dreamcast music. But Fearless, Watto, and welcome. Catastros, hello, hello. Coming in, friends. We're going back to Planet. And not our Captain Planet. None of that. Oh. Well, see, that's the... I was pondering at Aeon, right? And then it struck me that with the Hall of Legends keeps the firsts kind of fresh, right? So yeah, sure. There was a bloodthirsty battle at the origin. Whatever it was that Bacon Avenger worked out how to do in those first few months was, yeah, stuff a legend. Or is that one of them video games? But then, like, as each person wins and they get added into the Hall of Legends, that kind of means that it keeps the playing field fresh. So now, you, Bacon, Kakazi, Orchazini, legends to a person, but who will be the next one inducted to the Hall of Legends? God, I'm tired. I'm so tired. It has been 2 days of bad sleep and early mornings. Should I be going to bed at a more sensible hour? Probably. Am I fucking obsessed with Resident Evil 9, even though I'm just side saddle? Yeah, absolutely. Reflective, Watto, and welcome. Yeah. Remember, kids, recycle, or I'll turn you into a fucking tree. Captain Planet would be actually a terrifying, like, I don't know, meta creature-ness. Okay. So yeah, friends, coming in. There's not too much in the way of game news to talk about, not like yesterday. Yesterday was the kind of the everything. And today we're going to be playing the Planet of Lana II. Now, we did the Planet of Lana feckin' years ago, and it was wonderful. So, it's really cool to be going back. I actually got emailed by their PR folks, and they were like, hey, do you want to do the demo? And I'm like, look, I'm swamped. But give us a shout when it comes time to launch, and they're like, boom, we have launched. Here's your copy. And I'm like, yes, I will show all the peoples. So yeah, we're going to go for a kind of a traditional scramble jump platformer with an adorable little sidekick. If you haven't played the first one, I don't know how much it's going to tell us. The first one's just lovely. The first one's just lovely. So you won't need like a story primer going into this. Okay. But yeah, just go easy on me today, you lovely terrors. As I said, sleep has been an anomalous nightmare, and far too frequently indulged. Tomorrow I'll be able to have something that resembles a lie-in, and I cannot wait. It's going to be glorious. But we were up, we did all the things we needed to do, and I'm here. I did go for a little bit of the big coffee today, and it is saving my little soul. Phyllis says they remember riding through the desert in the first game and saying out loud, "I did not come this far just to stop. Now." It was so good. But now, Phyllis, are you 3 cups deep because life, the universe, and everything? Or are you 3 cups deep because you get up at a sensible hour like normal people? Because I even had to say, like, to the person in Trader Joe's, I'm like, look, I get this is champagne problems, but I'm killing over here. Speaking of which, we should let everybody know. Please bring coffee. I'm softly keeling over in my chair. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Oof. God, I haven't had... There are lots of things that are very scary about being independent. But I will say I have not had a day of back-to-back meetings in quite some time. I also haven't had to have a meeting about meetings in quite some time. I mean, you were all there when we hung with Dan Olsen. And, like, that's the joke, but it's also very serious. In that, if you're in any creative project, or if you're in anything in video games, as soon as you need to start having a meeting about meetings, things have gotten out of control.
Would you say you were Jeff Keithling in your chair? Cack.
That's not geographic. That's not very Cybermania of you. Thank you for the 200. It's very appreciated. And Lil Fire, yeah, the Franken rig is alive. The Franken rig is alive. For those who don't know, so like over the years, yes, we're coming up on 8 years of Longshipian stuff. Varying parts, pieces, and components have all kind of basically ended up here, usually via hand-me-downs and whatnot. And yesterday yesterday Little Fire bolted a bunch of them together, and in just kind of like a, let's see if any of this shit works, right? Well, it does. And at a time when PC components are insanely expensive, being able to just, you know, build our own little, I forget what the junk mech was from Pacific Rim 2, but, you know, to build our own little scratch-built Gundam in here. Oh. Mental Monk, hello, hello, hello. But yes, DJ Coil, Geographic, Sir Legend, PVS, what? Oh, and welcome. I slept like shit. My mood is great. Squat flash sale when? Not today. If I go down, I'm gonna end up in the fucking Yamcha position snoring. Is Will dead? We don't know, but he's still making noise. Alness, what? Oh, and welcome. Come on in, friends. But look, apologies if I whinge about sleep deprivation stuff. Like I said, my mood is good. We have a great game. We have the sequel to a wonderful game to jump into today. For all the doom and gloom of yesterday, video games are kicking ass. And I have to remind myself that for every high guard, you know, there are just as many ultra kills, right? I have to remember that misery and rage are very seductive forces. Being hopeful, loving shit, that takes work. It takes a lot of work. Well, see, Mental Monk, I'm not against wearing a kilt. However, I have to wear a very, very specific kind of tartan. Because while I am... Like, if we went ancestry-wise, I'm kind of US Nordic more than UK. A British man wearing the tartan of a clan, that's a big no-no. That's a big no-no. There are, however, several tartans that anyone is allowed to wear. But, yeah. And sorry, Mental Monk, I'm just laughing because one of the LARPs we had...
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
For every high guard there is an overguard. P.S. I don't know what this means.
Y'all can decipher that one. But unfortunately, Verton, through the medium of 36 months and your very quips, you've been given the Yaldom. It has been thrust upon you. What do you do? Hoffers, Watto, and welcome. Vershi, hello, hello. Vershi says their Scottish body is allowed to wear Black Watch tartan because of his army service. Yes. Is there something like a utility kilt but somehow nerdier? I don't know. But nothing says, I run the polycule spreadsheet quite like a utility kilt. If there is an overguard, does there resist an underguard as well? Only time will tell. How do you get nerdier than a utility kilt? If there's any group that can work it out, it's this group. Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome! Mega Boss, hello, hello. Yeah, I didn't start going to PAXs until the utility kilt craze had kind of passed, but that was the must-have nerdy accessory for quite some time. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Hello, everybody. Overguard implies the existence of overparry and overdodge. Aw, Catastros, I'm glad you're having a good time with it. It's got Tepping in it, so I'm fucking happy. And Scotty Watto, and welcome. Did everyone bring the big coffee? I'm softly dying here. Oh. What was it you said last night? I am being totally normal about Opus Magnum. Now, it makes me laugh because there is no middle ground. People play Opus Magnum and they either go, nah, this isn't for me, or that's it, that's their life. DJ Coil, I haven't even started fucking with the new stuff yet because I know what it'll do to me. Everyone's normal about Opus Magnum until the Mercury hits. Yeah, Opus Magnum could be best described as the last gasp of Sir Isaac Newton's mind. He was up in there doing that alchemy business, huffing mercury. No, so DJ Coyle, I don't think it's out yet. I think it's only been announced. But I also haven't checked. Because what if it is out? I can kind of live in a beautiful world of ignorance. Because once I know it's there, then that's the siren song of which I will dash my poor brain against. Oh, I did love a bit of mercury. And, I mean, you used to be able to get opium and cocaine. Never forget what they took from us. Tonic wine. Cocaine table wine. It's called tonic wine because it made you feel better. Of course it made you feel better. It was wine and cocaine. Maybe what's this? Everhood roguelike soon. I am in two minds. I'm in two minds with this one. Kind of like the Hand of Fate roguelike. Or was it the Hand of Fate? Oh, what's the new Hand of Fate one? No, this is being made by somebody else. All right. Alnus, there's gonna be, but it's not what you think or what you want. It's like Hand of Fate, like Hand of Fate co-op or Hand of Fate roguelike. I forget. I'm trying to find it now. Oh yeah, it's Hordes of Fate. They're calling it an auto shooter, so it's Vampire Survivors Hands of Fate. So, and like, it could be fun. I know a lot of people have enjoyed the Deep Rock Galactic styly one. That's supposedly been a lot of fun. And honestly, between things like Megabonk and the Ilk, I don't think as a space it's completely done. However, it is not being made by the original team, and like, in light of. Because Hands of Fate was 2015. Hands of Fate 2 was 2017. So it has been nearly 10 years since Hand of Fate. And like to be like, oh, it's a new Hand of Fate, yay! But it's a Vampire Survivors game. Ah, alright. You know, with the Everhood Slay the Spire combo, it's fine, but I kind of feel like Everhood 2 wasn't really Everhood 2. Everhood 2 was kind of, let's see if we can take the rhythm format and add more of like a cohesive combat system, which I know some folks really enjoyed. I personally felt Everhood was a brilliant example of how to do a modern like indie story with some teeth. You give people a very simple premise and a fun little combat system, or a fun little interaction system, I should say, and then you build upon both, so that like at the beginning you're like, oh, you're a little wizard and a gnome stole your arm, and by the end of it you're staring down, you know, the emotional implication of immortality. Verden, remember, Will, it's the IP that matters, not the people. You can just give the IP to somebody else. It'll be exactly the same. Alright, when sleep deprived, I never quite know where my personality is going to veer, if I'm going to become, like, overly emotional, or just a massive bitch. So, beware, both could happen. Big sip of coffee. Yeah, I'm just a little guy to even gods can bleed. That game I was pretty sure was riddled with AI assets, never gave, is out, and it's already getting very mixed reviews. It could change at this point, but it's nice to know my my gut instinct wasn't completely wrong. You probably saw this doing the rounds. This was the other side of Pal World's lot. And it basically boils down to Hollow Knight, budget Hollow Knight co-op. You are a little hat that possesses people. We played it and it was fine, but something about it, it didn't give me the ick per se, but I could definitely, something about it wasn't right. And, you know, my heart says undisclosed AI assets because of how similar the visual assets are to Hollow Knight. Yeah, PBS, is it a shallow derivative or is it AI? I don't know. But ultimately that comes down to creativity and quality. Like, Liza P got accused of stealing animations and stuff from Bloodborne. And then later on we found out, like, nah, they just really fucking loved Bloodborne and studied it. You know, they got what was good about it and they put their own twist on it. The customizable and creatable weapons instead of, you know, trick weapons was really cool. Anyway, I'm never pleased to see a game do badly, but I don't know. Pal World rushed the Pal World folks rushed this out to try and, you know, capitalize on something that resembled brand power. Unholy Lee says, I downloaded the demo for that Hands of Fate game because I like Survivor games without knowing the others. Or that was a series. Is that a bad thing that I've gotten that? No, if you enjoyed it as a thing, it's fine. It's just, it's like how we were all sitting around waiting for a Fable game, and then they announced Fable, The Journey. You know, it's more like that. It doesn't, one doesn't necessarily detract from the other, and if, unlike Fable, The Journey, it's a very good game, then brilliant, right? Hands of Fate was cool because it had you playing the deck builder, you know, post-Slay the Spire idea. But, you know, the hand that you put together would then drop onto your character for any combat encounters, and you'd fight in this cool kind of post-Arkham combat style that was rad. Yeah, and Scotty, you know, I was talking about this with Dogbert. The quality threshold is fucking wild right now. And so, yes, that the game we were just looking at is $3 cheaper. Yeah, it's $3 cheaper than Silksong, or right now, about $4.50 cheaper than Silksong. You know, if you buy it with the music bundle, it's about the same and all that. But it is not even close to the quality threshold. And it's very visible. Wait, bringing bees?
The No Bleed store is sorry there is no Bloodborne 2. But we couldn't supply enough band-aids to stop that much blood.
So you're implying the lack of a Bloodborne 2 is due to a lack of blood. Okay, that makes sense. We know where it went. Resident Evil 9. Makari, thank you for the bits. Like, seriously.
Wait. So you're saying the lack of Bloodborne 2 is lack of blood, right?
Yeah, and where is all the blood?
No. Do you know what this means? You know who's at fault here? Fucking Marky Moo.
Oh, it's all in bloody Iron Lung, isn't it?
God damn it, Markiplier.
Should have known.
Fuck.
And somehow it was Markiplier's fault. I like a Twitch chat like I like my coffee. Covered in bees! No, you're right. It was actually Pebbles' fault. Pebbles is currently buried under 2 Jeffs and about 4 different slug cats, which I feel is an apt punishment for him. Well, so Unholy Glee, Little Fire and I were talking about it today, and people have kind of been looking at it the wrong way. It isn't that From Software has said no more Bloodborne. It is what they said was they are not prepared to give it over to a third-party studio. Like, what was implied is that, was it Miyazaki or what's his name, was not prepared to let anybody else touch Bloodborne. And I kind of get that. Like, Bloodborne's fucking incredible. And that's not... Like, if you've had the success, you don't want people fucking with that shit. Remind me never to drink coffee that PBS offers. Details, details. The bees are complimentary. Like latte art. You don't need it, but you can have it. There's bees. Yeah, well, so Scotty, the weird thing today is, because there was so much news yesterday, and again, a large proportion of the English-speaking games industry is out of work, so they spend a lot of time posting on Blue Sky, and that's okay. I'm not dissing that. But one of the things that was very prominent was today is, so Sony, there is a report via Jason Schreier, can't even speak today. Jason, I'm not your mate, but I get all the exclusive shower. Jason! Talking about, apparently Sony's gonna be moving away from releasing games on PC. This apparently is due to internal factions arguing about the future of PlayStation, with one of the prominent factions thinking that the PS5 is not doing so well because of a lack of exclusives. You know, Sony brand dilution and all of that. So they're going to stop putting quote-unquote PlayStation games on non-PlayStation hardware. Now, if you want to do a Nintendo, you have to do a Nintendo. You know, you have to build your brand. The kind of going half in on PC releases and then stopping on that one's not really the smartest play, but the thing that no one is talking about is that Capcom in their financials just announced that, PC is a huge part of our business. For Monster Hunter Wilds, there's 50% PC sales in all markets. 50. Even if you take into account sales and discounts and people buying from other places, like, that's still huge. We also know that Square Enix have not been happy with how the PlayStation's been doing. They have not been... Well, okay, no, that's the thing. They have actually been very subtle about it. It's just we're the only fucking nerds who are actually looking into this proper. You know? There's also the fact that Sony might be backing away from doing their standard issue, and now we make the PS6 because of the state of the planet. You know? Honestly, the PS5 could stand to have a longer cycle. But, I mean, that's the thing. You all know the play, right? Like, you have iconic brands on exclusive hardware, and that is how you maintain your identity. You know, there will never be a Zelda game on Steam. There will never be a Mario game on Steam, I think. I don't know if... Have they done anything? No, there's never been a Zelda. Yeah. Nintendo have maintained a incredibly strong first-party brand identity and shitloads of IPs. Like we said yesterday, Nintendo's in the IP business. And Airman, that makes sense. You know, you don't sell PlayStation Plus subscriptions when people are on PC. I mean, feel as there is, but again, the Mobage space has never been a comparative replacement to, you know, console and PC type setups. So yeah. The TLDR of what I'm saying is that, you know, selling games on PC makes a buttload of money. Maintaining an exclusive is all about maintaining, you know, IP identity and things like that, but, you know, Sony have kind of diluted their own identity. The PlayStation brand is strong, but what is an iconic PlayStation game? That's kind of lost a lot of its... They haven't maintained brands throughout the different generations. And yeah, like Alnus, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, I'm not saying the PS5 is a bad piece of hardware or a good piece of hardware. It launched during lockdown when, you know, due to the state of the planet, it was very hard to put things together and to keep, you know, shelves stocked. They couldn't keep up with supply and demand in those initial months when it's really key to get that, like, that groundswell. And now we're in another flavor of fuckery. So they don't want to move on to the next hardware. I don't know. But one thing that we've heard over the years from how Sony do business is it's a bit rudderless.
Can always spend time to build a knockoff. Like my new game, Sudoku.
Sudoku. That's very good. Errorman, and thank you. That's $5 to keeping the whole fucking place going. Very grateful. Very grateful. So yeah. It's just one of those things that, like, the reason why so many people are talking about it in video games is because so many people are still in that mindset of, like, you know, it's the 2010s. Xbox and PlayStation face off against each other while Nintendo does Nintendo things in the corner. And that's not where we're at anymore. You know, the console war died a couple years back. Now, can Sony build an exclusive brand with exclusive brand identity? Maybe. Maybe. But by kind of going half in, half out on all of this stuff, it's not really worked. Yeah. And that's the thing, Catastros, is that there's a lot of things that are iconically PlayStation that don't belong to PlayStation, i.e. Metal Gear Solid was an iconic PlayStation franchise. You know, with MGS5 was the first multi-platform release. Hell, Metal Gear Solid 4 was built exclusively for the PS3. Faults, warts and all. And that will finally be leaving PlayStation this year. Is it this year, next year? I don't know, fucking time travel. You know, God of War, that's multi-format. Last of Us, that's multi-format. Sackboy's dead. Replaced by a tiny robot. Astrobot's not... The thing is, Astrobot is a high-quality, family-friendly title, but it's only been around for one game. You know, they haven't maintained Crash Bandicoot. They haven't maintained Final Fantasy exclusivity. You know? And again, Square Enix are not owned by Sony, and they are not happy with how the PS5 is sold.
It's 2027. Welcome to the release of the new PlayStation 6. All our proprietary games now have AI and PCs using our new technology. The emotionless engine.
I wonder where you were going with that one. Yeah, bring back the emotion engine. Let's do it. Scotty, thank you for the 200. Yeah, like Spyro, Jak and Daxter, you know, family-friendly IPs that they have not maintained since the PlayStation era. They don't have that back cat, you know. They're currently pumping a lot of energy into Horizon Zero Dawn, I think, to make that going. Oh, shit. Scotty, now you're over. Actually, yeah, no, Vernon, you're correct. Twin Snakes was GameCube exclusive. Ah, good times. Don't make me talk about Silicon Knights. You know I will. You know I will. Spyro, Jak and Daxter, Jak and Daxter, Jak and Daxter, Spyro, Jak and Jack. Ah, no, tripped over that one. Anyway, it's just... Sony is pretty rudderless. And, like, there are pockets of Sony that are doing very, very well, but there's no cohesive vision. And say what you will about Nintendo, like, again, Pikachu is not our friend, but they have a cohesive vision. They know what they are doing with all of their pieces, and they do it, you know? Alright, PVS, have a lovely rest of your fucking hell, I am broken. Have a lovely rest of your day. Fuck you, the sun. I'll see you later. Fern saying, are you saying that I didn't become Pikachu's friend and hey you Pikachu? No, you became friends with a Pikachu. The Pikachu? Not your buddy.
Oh, he's my best friend. Watch your mouth.
Fat Pikachu's your best friend. OG Pikachu's your best friend.
All Pikachus are my best friend. You know?
That's no, because that's why it's hey you Pikachu and not hey all Pikachus.
No.
As it's epic, love. Jim, welcome back. Oh, just having a little banter on Sony's complete rudderless decision making. Just to catch you up. So I was talking about how like Capcom have just out and out said that, hey, we're doing shit tons of sales on PC. Monster Hunter Wilds, 50% of sales was on PC. 50. We know that Square Enix are very unhappy with how the PS5 did not sell as well as it was supposed to, and that really kneecapped Final Fantasy 16? Yeah, 16. Where's my, here we go, my Leon Kennedy atmospheric jungle. Seriously, this is what I'm listening to right now. It is all Little Fire's fault. First she says, Nintendo is my corporate friend. Sigway Stripper loves me. Sorry, Jim's just like, morning, you big full stem ginger biscuit. And a good evening to you. Oh, so far it's been, yeah, Sony banter and the Utilikilt. See the boyfriend mix. Alright, look, I'm definitely team Chris Leon, because out of all the people that Leon could have settled with, Chris makes the most sense. Ada's not going to settle. And let's be honest, if Leon had settled with Ada, he wouldn't be running around Raccoon City. Yeah. Well, and Jim, like, I'm trying not to just be a fucking hopium huffer all the time, but video games are good. You know, games are selling crazy numbers. Again, more so, 2025 did better than 2020 in terms of video game sales. It's crazy. And the quality of stuff we're seeing. Now, obviously, it's hard for games to release right now, but it's hard because you are surrounded by everybody making the best shit they've ever made. You know, you can't come to the potluck with just a casserole anymore. you have to bring your fucking Wagyu A game. Because that's what everyone else is doing. And it doesn't even have to just be like the biggest budget, just the most you can be. But Scotty was saying the PS5 is still $580 in the UK, or equivalent. And they wonder why it doesn't sell better for birthdays and Christmas, right? That's not a present that goes under the fucking tree. That's an investment. That's a fucking bike. If we do a long ship potluck, I'm telling you right now, I am getting Wagyu. She don't know what I do. $429 British pounds for the digital only version. Damn. Always butter beef. I know that's supposed to be a Letterkenny reference, but I can't not say it in the London voice. Oh shit. So J Post, what ho and welcome. I'm sorry, mate. Hour 5 to 6 of software firefighting. Well, allow me and the soft, smooth jams of Simp Himbo extraordinaire Leon S. Kennedy to ease you through the last few hours. In case none of you have seen it, so Little Fire has been streaming Resident Evil. I think yesterday was day 6, and it's still brilliant. We think Little Fire has cracked the puzzle, but we won't know until Jess has done a full clear and then come back around the hog if it's actually done. But it's been so good. And like I said it before, I'll say it again, it makes me smile that, you know, we've started kind of mocking the Resident Evil games not really being puzzle games, because it's just take the gem, put the gem in the slot. So they were like, oh, you think our puzzles are weak? Bet. Sorry, Jim was just adding, they remain constantly amazed how this is the greatest and most successful artistic medium ever conceived, and also the most mismanaged one that hates all of its homegrown talent, right? Right? And it's so insane because it's so... When you're immersed in the medium, it's so easy to understand the medium. And it is... There's so much of the business side of it that they cannot make it make sense. Like, we talked about this a lot yesterday. We talked about a lot of things yesterday. One of the reasons why Tencent is so good at fucking world domination is that they don't do things on a year in, year out plan. They do it on a 10-year plan. And on a 10-year plan, games make sense. You know, because you buy a games company and they don't make anything for 3 or 4 years. And then they put out something that may or may not take over the world. Not the best one. But if you put a little bit of investment in everybody, you can grow it like a field. Sure, some weeds come up, but then also you buy some riots. You know? Like, I don't want to rehash too much of the conversation about High Guard yesterday. It's that thing of like, it is two things can be true. I am sad that the people who worked on that were led down a fool's errand, were led on a stupid path by white guys who look like they're all named Dave. 2 white blokes who look like they're called Dave, who pivoted an original idea into an unoriginal idea. I can also then say that it was dog shit marketing with a level of arrogance that could have been solved by one person in the process going, are you fucking kidding me right now? Yeah, well, and feel as like that's how operations like Sony and Microsoft should really be running their setups, but apparently I'm just a fucking lunatic getting shithoused on box wine in the back gardens of video games. Boy, if we treated all of our studios like investments and just grew little projects from creative individuals who've already proven themselves, you know, maybe we get 1 or 2 stinkers, but we'd get so many hits. It's almost like This was proven in an active environment by Double Fine years ago. Nah, we'll just do that thing where we pump a company full of money and make them make games that they don't make and that people don't actually want. And then go surprise Pika face when people don't buy it. Alright. Apparently, my sleep deprivation mode is massive, bitch. I am going to give Microsoft so much horseshit for the whole Fable thing.
Oh, we put loads of money in and we put a bunch of celebrities in that you recognise. Oh, look, it's Fable. You were the ones who fucking killed it.
Like, it didn't die of natural causes. You didn't have like a fucking sad Princess Amidala funeral for Lionhead Studios. You put the bullet in the back of their fucking heads. Nell says you should use that voice more. Well, I'm extremely affordable and available for hire. Nah, Nels, I don't know if I can even do that voice on command. That's real. And look, I know it's not a big deal, right? It's symptomatic of the shit that we're going through. No, Grayson, I'm bullying Microsoft, you know, with that superpower I have. Yeah, take that, Papa Gates. I got the gun show out today. But no, it's just, Jim was just saying, like, it's so infuriating that we have one of the most profitable art mediums on the planet with some of the most wild creativity, and yet the big players seem determined to just run around in the corners and go and lick the fucking windows. Yeah. Well, okay, Felix, you're not wrong, but FASA was a smart tap out, right? Like, FASA Corporation never went under, but they went, you know what, we're good. We'll sell our stuff to Microsoft, they're down the road, we out. For those who don't know, you know, at one point, FASA Corporation had huge, like, you know, simulation arcades around the US. Like, for a brief period, they were a big deal. And then, the world turned. So they sold their stuff to Microsoft. Lionhead Studios weren't even supposed to be making Fable, but the Fable franchise was making money hand over fist for Microsoft. So they offered old PTM, old Molyneux, I can't think of a witty burn for him right now, but I'll come up with one in a second. They offered him a cushy fucking position. Nova! I just said cushy.
What am I missing?
From fucking Tool Academy.
Oh!
Alright, this is only for Scotty and I guess Jim. Nova got me and Littlefire watching the Lost Show Tool Academy. Not the American one, the original British one, which is the worst cacophony of like 2000s lad culture distilled into this weird reality show. But the reality show looks like it went sideways somehow. I'm kind of obsessed with it. Not the show, but the puzzle around it. Anyway, some guy on it said Kushti, and it's back in my fucking vocab. I just said it unironically there. Anyway, Peter Molyneux gets offered a role at Microsoft Corporate as a creative ball bag or something, I forget. So he leaves Lionhead Studios. Lionhead Studios is then, you know, completely wholly acquired by Microsoft, and Microsoft make them make a Kinect game and then put all of the money into an asymmetrical game based on an asymmetric versus game and then decide like actually Lionhead's not doing so well, so blah 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 blah. Like, they didn't want to make Fable the Journey, they didn't want to make Fable Legends, they wanted to make Fable 4 and maybe a Fable card game, because everybody wants to make a card game. spirals. Creative Ballback was my nickname in college. No, well, Scotty, you and I both know, yes, it came from Del Boy, Only Fools and Horses, but it was co-opted by, you know, the ladder sphere of the post-90s. Anyway. I will say, Lyoshi, that the list of actors who are popular in the current spheres that would actually sell a game, and the list of actors that are popular with C-Suite or known by C-Suite is a very small list. You know? Yeah, I mean, Scotty, imagine if motion controls had been the new future and we'd all gotten to do cool lightsaber fight type games and stuff. You know? But that's not where we at. Like, I don't regret that we went through those phases. You know, the motion control phase, the gesture control phase was an interesting part of the industry. And, you know, for a brief period, people started talking about how there was this hugely, like, you could make money making things more accessible to more people. What's actually happened is that games predominantly via mobile have become the standard modus operandi, and that's what's been bringing people into games core. Like I said, I haven't finished my kind of like nations of game, all the different industries and their different spheres. The Mobage is definitely the biggest out of all of them, but not the most engaged. But anyway, that's another story. That's another story. It's really infuriating because, you know, now after Microsoft have done so much damage to all the studios that they purchased, that they went out of their way to acquire, right? Now they're going to run around and go, oh, hey, you know, oh, it was all Sarah's fault, or whatever her name is, but she's gone now. Oh, the big mean lady's gone, and look, Fable's back. Oh, doody-doo. They're going to do this whole horseshit song and dance. This whole time, they could have just been protecting studios through an economic downturn and keeping their stable of creatives. They could basically have been growing the next 100 greatest games. Easily. Without even breaking a sweat. But no. They're gonna put a fucking war crimes facilitating data center in the Netherlands. Oh, I'm spicy today. Oh. Damn, we should talk about some video games. Oh. Sorry, friends, that was a little spicy even by my standards. Yeah, Ghost Pepper will. Well, okay, it much like good spice, it's fine in small doses. Yeah. It's more like paprika will. Look, it's infuriating because it's so easy to understand from the outside, but as soon as you step foot in the insanity of corporate culture, the insanity of tech, like, the path to victory falters. And that's what's so infuriating about it. You know, we have to look at huge entities that have the resources to let creative people do creative things and keep them on track. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that if you give the average game dev a huge budget and no oversight, that they'll guarantee to make a banger. No, I would, as I said to you all, you want to rule the games industry? You give me 10 sickos whose entire coping mechanism is make games about it, I'll give you the world. Right? Jim was adding, hey! How's today, we got strong coffee and spicy takes. How are you doing? Jim was saying that. Oh, Hamsonator, what were you playing? What were you up to? Come on in, friends. Come on in. Jean Vladar. We're also gonna be playing a fucking adorable indie game later today. Well, I guess not true blue indie. We're gonna be playing the follow-up to Planet of Lana, which is gonna be cute and gorgeous and fucking wonderful. So, we will be bookending this this spicy banter with something truly beautiful. But Jim was adding, the thing I find hilarious about the Sarah Bond shit show is we were all gaslit for a good 18 months into believing that, hey, maybe Xbox without Xbox is a good plan. And it turns out that the everything is an Xbox strategy was ruinous and deeply unpopular. It was... What? I mean, Jim, they were trying to sell us a corporate strategy as an idea. Like, the whole thing of everything's an Xbox, that's not a pitch to consumers. That's a corporate strategy. And honestly, for a hot second, I was also in the gaslitness. Because I was like, you know what? This is all fucking coming together. Like, Game Pass plus the ability to play Game Pass games on any platform equals platform domination. Then Microsoft undercuts everybody the fuck else and says, hey, you could buy Silksong this month, or for $15, you get all of this. And then suddenly a $60, $70 like one-off purchase seems scary pricey. But don't worry, Game Pass, $15 a month. Even though the average consumer would end up spending more per year on Xbox games than they would have otherwise. Kind of like, you know, bringing down some of the peak sellers, but bringing up, you know, the huge majority. Nah, just kidding. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Let's get rid of the studios we got that would give Game Pass value. Let's crank the price so it's no longer within most people's budget. And then just flip everybody the bird and set the table on fire. So Hamsonator was playing Mercury Abbey. Ooh, wait, is that the one I'm thinking of? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, well, Hamsonator, I'm glad you're having a really good time with it. I thought you were talking about the kind of like open world detective-y Who Killed the King game. Where is it? I don't think I've picked it up yet. And if you were the one that showed it to me, I am sorry. It's all come... It's not the fortress. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Darkway, the murder of King Mir. Right, look at this. The king is dead. Once the leader of diplomacy in the Dog Empire, now bloodstained on the snow. You are the apprentice sent by the master detective of the city to uncover who killed the king. I am looking forward to this, but I can't do more puzzle sicko shit on top of Blueprints. Blueprints is too good. Oh, Blueprints, and then also a bit of Resi Evil. I mean, Hamsonator, would it even be a... Like, would it even be a stream of mine if I didn't send you away with something to wishlist? And jumping back, Jim was just adding, no wonder they were forced out. I still think that corporate strat was probably Spencer's, and they were just running with it, you know, but... I mean, Spencer gets no love from me. Because that's the thing, is like, by half enacting the whole like Game Pass dominant strategy, they left so many craters in the games industry, which, I don't know, maybe some of the studios that they bought up might have been able to survive under their own weight. Verdon says a bit of Resident Evil. Okay, a lot of Resident Evil, but a lot of Resident Evil puzzles. Edgar Allan Crow, more like Edgar Allan Yo, am I right? I can't... Edgar Allan Poe's interactive story. Well, no one's made Edgar Allan Crow yet on Steam, so you get that. So yeah. Okay, so game news for today that matters a bit. Lyoshi, you know what's so fascinating is like Deadlock has been slowly cooking in the smartest way for such a confusing mix that only makes sense when you play it. By the time everybody in the general populace starts getting to Deadlock, it's going to be wild. But Deadlock has been overtaking other games, even though you can't buy it, and it's an invite-only test still. Fucking wild. But yeah, so game news. Erika Ishii's been running about helping everybody to, reminding everybody that we need to fucking unionize. So absolutely good on her. Koei Temco has announced AI chatbot video gaming thing. They haven't really announced a project, but they've announced they're partnering with Spiral AI. Now, this is probably the last gasp of people trying to appease investors in the ilk. I don't think we'll see anything of it, but, just, I guess, watch out for the next time you're playing Dynasty Warriors if everybody starts talking creepy. Final Fantasy 11, not 14, 11 has been doing so well that they are spooling up additional servers. Oh, and here's the fucking wild one. Everyone's all like, oh, soon it's not releasing on PlayStation. All the people that got let go from Humble Games and then reformed as Balor Games have now bought the Humble Games back catalogue. No one's talking about this. Like, you'll get that's fucking huge, right? So it also means that all of those games are now out from under the, what is it, Ziff? Yeah, the Ziff Davis umbrella. Which is the same peeps that own like IGN and fucking everything. And yeah, and a few of those bangers include shit like Slay the Spire. It also includes Hat in Time, Forager, Fights in Tight Spaces. Oh, and they signed SCP-5K, which, if that has the chance to cook, could be one of the next big, like, sweaty co-op shooters, similar to, like, GTFO. Well, so Scotty, that's the question. Does old Ziffy D does Ziff Davis not see games publishing as being valuable? Or does Balinor suddenly have some massive fucking, like, moolah? With the acquisition of Humble Games' back catalogue, as well as that Firestoke, Pat Moore and Nash, the people who own Balor Games, says we're building beyond what we're building beyond what we did at Humble Games with the Firestoke acquisition, and then also investment in new titles. Balor is really creating an identity around quality. All right, then the rest is all like blah 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 blah. Nova. Tool Academy continues to be a curse. I literally said Kushti about 20 minutes ago and I'm mad about it. How are you? Yeah, but I can't seem to find where their cash is coming from. You know, this whole article is a lot of like, Triple I is so cool. But yeah. So that also begs the question, is like, what is Humble Games with no games to publish? What is Humble Bundle kind of like morphing into? If I had to be perfectly honest, I would say, like, I don't think Humble Bundle's going to be around for a very, very long time. You know, Humble Bundle never made bank, right? Steam makes bank. Humble Bundle makes some money, you know. Also, most people who frequently use Humble Bundle or used to do the thing where you would set everything to either the charity or the dev, because you could tweak the sliders. So yeah. Wait, so yeah, so Firestoke closed last year. What was on their... What was on their lineup? Anyway, so that's just a tiny, but also fucking huge little thing. Is it gambling? I mean, that's the safe bet right now. What is that company that did Shifty Things doing? Oh, it's
I'm going to start business that lets people share their intellectual property with each other. For some reason, no one wants to do business with IP freely.
You know, if you went to the IP trade show, the amount of people that wouldn't know if it was a bit or not would be fucking funny. God, I've always wanted an excuse to go to some of those IP trade shows. I've never had a reason to, but it's so fascinating. Hey!
Hey Will, hope you're well.
I'm sleep deprived and frayed in about 17 ways, but I'm here. I've got good coffee, good banter, and excellent company. How are you doing, friend? How goes the Torment Hexus? Yeah, pretty much. I've been trying to talk about game news, but it keeps kind of seeming to boil down to, and then Will rages about things this morning. So I'm basically just taking that energy and turning it into fightiness. The Torment Hexus is doing well? Lovely. No, but you don't understand. I don't know what the equivocant is for your part of the world. To every country there is an equivocant of chav, but they aren't interchangeable. Right? You can't just swap out bogans and chavs. They're not the same. You know. Hell, Murica tends to shorthand rednecks to a lot of different groups, but the denizens of, I don't know. Okay. The denizens of varying states are their own special creatures. You know, the folks of Appalachia and the folks of Florida are not the same beast. No, they're a special flavor. Burden, they're a special flavor of hell. Oxy B, a good afternoon. What? Oh, and welcome. I've been talking about them video games. Oh, and Akari, did I say thank you for the bits? I hope I did. So, I don't know how long banter mode will continue, but if you haven't seen it, this is what we're going to be playing later today. This is Planet of Lana II, the follow-up to Planet of Lana, and it's going to be gorgeous and pretty and just nice. Yeah, OxyB, I've been hearing that these video games might take off. Might be the future. But yeah, this came out today. The folks hit me up and were like, do you want to... Well, actually, they hit me up and asked me if I wanted to do stuff on the demo, and I was like, I'm rammed. But come launch, you know, you got me. And so yeah, true to their words, they hit me up, and here we are. Verdant, we'll find out together. And I don't know how much will be explained and how much, or even how much you need to know going into this. The first game was very much one of those, you know, environmental and emotional storytelling without, like, you know, predominant dialogue. You know, both this and the first game was you and your little friendo go. Ooh, don't like that. You and your little friendo are off on adventures, you know, predominantly dodging robots that are causing shit. You know. That dog better be okay. Well, look, made it through one game. But yeah, I'm looking forward to having a runabout in this one because I love the first one. And honestly, with everything going down as it is, this feels like the right kind of game for today. Though, if you didn't see it, I would like to put yesterday's game on your radar, because I didn't solve all the puzzles, but I could have spent fucking hours with this. This is Demon Dust. We played this yesterday, and it's kind of a... not quite a Kingsfield dungeon crawler, not quite a rail shooter, but some twisted nightmare puzzle of the two. And it was fucking brilliant. I think I would have gotten further had I not been so sleepy, but I was definitely starting to scratch the puzzles as we were getting towards the end of yesterday. Yeah, and Fearless, it's nice to see cute indie game that did good is doing good again. You know, not every game needs to sell 17 million copies. But yeah, with this sucker, like, barely anybody has seen this, but it is fascinating. And, like, it says horror. I would not call this a horror game per se, unless there is something else later on that is genuinely fucked up. Unholy Cleese said, well, I had some fucked up dreams with those meat monsters just from watching streams, so thanks, subconscious. Maybe that's what... Oh, I had fucking horrible dreams last night. Maybe that was it. Huh. Maybe it's all the extra cheese I put on the pizza. Who knows? But it was really fucking good. Well, actually, okay, on the subject of games selling a squillion million copies, there was one thing I wanted to highlight, which, again, with everything going on, you know, and everyone's focus predominantly being on Sony and PC exclusivity and whatnot, I did see that the people behind, oh, hang on. Oh, fuck. Brain short circuit. Not On Your Hands, not Shadow Hand, Hand of Fate. Oh! Okay. Highly technical, isometric game made by the Ori and the Blind Forest team. The name is like a little turn of phrase. Fuck. Hang on. I'll check your internet. That'll tell me. Garden, Alaska. What? Oh, and welcome. Coming in, coming in. God damn it. No rest for the wicked. Unholy Glee. 1 million internet points to you. Okay. Just in case you haven't seen it, this is No Rest for the Wicked. It's heckin' cool. And one of the things that Moon Studios was talking about, again, that hasn't really been discussed, is they're like, hey, this is doing really cool, and this might be our forever game. And they're not saying like, we are preparing to roll out a games of service plan. They're like, you're kind of enjoying working on this, and we'd kind of like to do a lot more of it. So, yeah, we might do this. This might be our long-term future gamery plan. And that's really feckin' rad. Because the thing is, like, when we talked about this so much yesterday, you know, what is a games of service game from a wanky business standpoint, and what is a games of service from a dev standpoint is drastically different. Because, like, with this, if you enjoy working on a game, and it's making money, and you're like, you know what? I kind of want to work on this for another 5 years. Fucking do it. You've done the hard part. Your game is making enough money for you to do that. You're allowed. Right? Like, it's still fucking wild to me that Highguard is already dead. It's still wild to me because, like, what do you mean? What do you mean you didn't hit the numbers within a couple of weeks? Where was the backup plan? Where was the strategy, you know? Those who fail to plan for failure. Wait, no, that's not the saying. Those who spend all their money before they release their game have kind of fucked up a bit. Yeah, Aeon, it feels like for a lot of those teams, it's like ... Well, for Highguard and the Ilk, like ... profit is somehow... Yeah. But with this, it seems to have struck its core. You know, it seems like people are really enjoying it. Oh, don't put a 20-minute interview on your store page. Nobody wants it. Sorry, that came out a little bit Gollum there. Don't put streamers on your store page unless it is specifically a co-op game and you're trying to show the co-op part. And that's the only excuse. Or if they're doing... Okay, you need to earn a trailer that uses streamers or content creators in any way, shape, or form. And do not put dev diaries on your twatting store page. Hi, I'm a boring man in a hoodie that bears the logo of my company. Maybe I'm wearing glasses, maybe I'm wearing a hat. Both of these will also have the company logo. I'm about to say uninspired, boring corporate words to you about a game that you were interested in, but now want to die in a fire. I fucking hate dev diaries. I wonder, you know what? I never looked back at who was responsible for the proliferation of dev diaries as a marketing asset. But you know, dev diaries never did anybody any fucking favors. Tell us how you really feel. I'm gonna. Welcome. Today, apparently, you get caffeinated honest will. That's what a handful of hours of sleep gets us. What did I used to make? Well, so Favor 6, our whole point was we didn't want to make dev diaries. And we didn't want to do, like... Okay, so for those of you that weren't inflicted upon video assets throughout the 2000s, I don't know who started doing dev diaries, but it became kind of a standard thing where they would do this incredibly edited, incredibly corporate interviews with the creatives, where they would say a lot of keywords, a lot of buzzwords. And like, the thing is, okay. All right, we're doing this. All right. I'm gonna show you something. And it's gonna hurt you, but it's gonna hurt me as well. Now, I wanna point out that Mikey Newman is a homie, and I will defend Mikey and movies with Mikey to an extent that I hope we never find out. This video I'm gonna show you is 14 years. It's 14 years old. This is the dev diary for Authentic Aliens. I think this is the one where they say it's an official... Yeah, here we go. They say it's an official sequel to Aliens. But this, for me, is the peak of terrible dev diaries.
One of the exciting things about creating Aliens Colonial Marines is that it's not based on a movie, it's a sequel to a movie, a series of movies.
Look at this horse shit!
Followed by James Cameron.
Randy Pitchford.
These movies define science fiction for so many people, and it's humbling that my studio and I get to create a sequel to these films in video game form.
Aliens Colonial Marines is
Baby
immersive,
Mikey!
It's fast,
scary,
frightening, badass,
badass.
dark. How many fingers am I holding up? He's fine.
We tried to take that idea of a really interesting cast of characters and reinvent it a little bit with Colonial Marines.
And we're spending a lot of time on the authenticity, the feel of all the weapons, the presentation of the story. We're doing some
Like, look at these fucking, like, esports promo introductions to these people.
your way through the world.
You know, we put a lot of effort into being extremely authentic to the films. We're trying to be very much within canon, and we know that a lot of the hardcore fans take this very seriously.
In the past, we've gotten some feedback on screenshots and some reviews released, and we take that stuff.
What's this on the USB drive?
We made changes to the game to make sure that this is what the fans really want, and it actually hits the expectations that everyone has.
Well, for one, I think one of the similarities that you would find between Cameron's Aliens and where we are with the game is...
How long has been I've seen since I've seen a dev in a trilby? Oh.
The game has what you would think as if Cameron was directing himself, and at least that's our hope, is that you feel like the cinematography feels correct, you feel like the look and feel of the weapons, the way the aliens move, is something that maybe he would have done.
Here are the 8 types of white guy.
So we want to present something that's as compelling and detailed and beautiful and exciting as the films, but in an interactive experience.
So I feel really fortunate to have had the chance to have met with Ridley Scott. We were talking about possibly doing a Blade
Man, I bet he brings that up all the time.
Heard about and would love to see, and we would love to see at some point. But in that conversation that we had with him,
Okay, so, and the reason I wanted to show you this is that I do think this is the epitome of, like, the dev diary. This is an advert, this is a marketing asset, this is something that gets sent, will get gotten sent to, like, G4 TV or something. You know, it's a 4-minute video with very, very little detail and a lot of fluff. Now, we know a lot of things about what happened with... We know a lot of things about what happened with Colonial Marines. There's a lot of stuff I can't talk about, but we do know that, you know, the co-dev team ended up doing a large proportion of the heavy lifting on its release. We know this game was in development for a stupidly long time. And this is what I mean by dev diary, right? They've started to creep back up, but predominantly from older studios. We want none of this.
So that was really exciting. The environments in the game,
you know, these Mikey! Baby Mikey!
So you're going to see 17 weeks of change. You're going to see what happened when the atmospheric processors.
Nova on that one, more like seriously shit. All I can say is that because I was at Sega while Colonial Marines popped off, yeah, yeah. And I have talked openly and freely about Rome 2 shit.
Satisfaction from it because of all the connections that stays true to the canon.
It's got a very strong story. It's got great action.
This is also why I used to use the term mayonnaise buffet when discussing, like, when discussing management squads in video games.
Awesome armor and gear, and you get to go kick ass.
We're Aliens fans, and you know we've taken the risk.
What's that, Randy? What's that, Randy? We're Aliens fans?
To tell the story of what happens next. These aliens are gnarly. Like, Colonial Marines are badasses. They can handle anything, right? Except for this.
So yeah, that's popped into my mind, and now I shared it with you. So yeah, dev diaries are a waste of time and a waste of money, and I do not know why we still keep doing them. And to put them on your store page makes me want to go fuck off, fuck off. Gearbox are badass, right? They can handle any game development, except for this. Yeah, well, so the thing is, you're all familiar with the concept of the uncanny valley, right? That there is a level between realistic representation and interpretation that's just gross and weird, right? Where it's not quite weird, it's not quite real enough to be a facsimile, but not quite weird enough to be an interpretation. I think of the same thing with videos about video games, but it's like this gap of authentic, right? I.e., the more authentically that you can represent yourself and your stuff, the more comfortable people can be with you. Or the more fucking badass and cool you can be. So, here we go. So let me show you this. This is the reveal trailer for No Rest for the Wicked. Now this is pure cinematics with a sprinkling of in-engine stuff. But it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be fucking cool and artistic, or, you know. Or if you sit on a dev stream and just chat with some, you know, person working on a game, and if they're just talking like regular folk, you know, if they're not trying to put on a character or put on airs or anything like that, you can just understand where they're coming from and what they're trying to do. Dev diaries sit in the uncanny valley of they're neither a cool representation of the artistic intent, nor authentic enough for you to really have anything to do with them, you know? This is selling us the fantasy of the game, the idea of the game. When it's like, those dev diaries are always so violently edited as to only be sound bites and clips, no actual conversation. And all of those things to be very carefully chosen ahead of times. Yeah, and Unholy Glee, that's the thing, you know? Your videos should, well, okay, how you feel videos fall into video games is a philosophical discussion. Personally, I think that they should serve two purposes. They should set a tone, and they should set an expectation. Personally, I think that the experience of a game starts when you learn about it, right?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo ho, hoist the colors high. What ho,
Clank.
friendos?
Watto and welcome. So Aeon says, what would you do to handle a game like Outer Wilds? I mean, Outer Wilds is a mystery, so I just... The right thing to do is the rule of it's kind of like the rule of third, i.e. you don't show any more than a third of the game. So you can make a trailer out of your title, but you never go beyond the third. That's what Inscription did. With Outer Wilds, what did they actually do? Let's see what their assets were. Sorry, forgive me for muting the most of them. All right, these are just... Okay, so this is their Accolades trailer. Let's have a look at their other asset. Oi, here we go. So this is the trailer for Outer Wilds. And Annapurna are usually pretty solid with trailers. Here we go. It is setting... This is setting tone, and this is setting vibes. Verdon says, I put a bunch of spoilers in it and set it into Imagine Dragons song, Believer. Yep. Oh well. Ship's gone. Bye, ship. I mean, love them or loathe them, Annapurna know how to make a fucking trailer. Yeah. So Phyllis, actually, you bring up a really interesting point. Phyllis says that the cinematic trailer that Square Enix did for Deus Ex Human Revolution was what reassured them that devs got it. And yeah, Human Revolution was fucking rad. But you know what's interesting about it, right? Is that a cinematic trailer can make you go, where? But it takes a much worse trailer to do a damage than it does a dev diary. Because a dev diary, even if it succeeds, the only people who are going to care about it are people who are already engaged. And the dev diary either needs to continue the hype, i.e. promise a bunch of shit that it may or may not deliver, or the dev diary needs to be weirdly interesting in its own way so those core users don't change their mind, right? But the kind of person who is already deep in the dev diary's pit, if you say one thing wrong, and like, let's use Gearbox again. In one of the dev diaries leading up to, I want to say, Borderlands 3 or 4, they said that they were going to be allowing weapon customization, and people latched onto it. Now, to my knowledge, they didn't ship that feature, but the fact they said it, whoa. If you say something offhand in a dev stream, that's just a person talking. Sometimes people say stuff that goes wrong. Thanks to Nova, I used the word Kushti earlier, and I am still mad about it. I didn't mean to say Kushti. But dev diaries being heavily edited, that's the thing that people go back to, that they focus on, they pore over. Cinematic trailers aren't supposed to be a representation of what you're going to be doing identically. It's not gameplay, but it is vibes. NAF is fine. I think NAF's fine. I think I've said NAF a lot. Oh, now I can't remember if I have or not, so now it's back in my vocab. Bastards. Adding in people latch onto something, said offhand, in an ambush interview, and lead into speculation based on nothing. You know, with dev diaries and videos though, like, you're the one putting it out there. You know, why risk it for a biscuit putting out a dev diary? Well, okay, I know why dev diaries exist, is they exist to do a PR hit. The old magazines used to love it because you put out a dev diary and they'd be like, popular thing that you like has a new video. And everyone would go, oh, I'm gonna click that on IGN and GameSpot. Oh, it's just Randy Pitchford talking about Randy Pitchford. Oh, that's not very cool at all. It gets the click-throughs. And, you know, you send out the press release, it's another thing about your game, yada yada. But it ends up doing worse. Yeah, And Fearless, do you know if your interview ever made it onto any of the special editions? You know? It's just, everybody wants to do a behind-the-scenes documentary on the making of a game. Most of the time, the making of a game isn't actually that exciting. When it all comes together, people are creative in small ways that then take weeks, if not months, to actually implement. Honestly, Double Fine's one of the few teams that have actually done it and done it right. But then you need an independent team to do that. And independent teams doing a documentary about the creation of your game means that it all gets in there, even the fugly shit, you know? There is so much about games that we don't talk about. Oh, Fearless. Hey, congrats to you. You know you've made it when you're in a dev diary. Anyway, so jumping back, that's why Rally Point was just me and Craig fucking about. We did not have a script. We were determined not to do anything. The problem was, we did get handed segments, which was a bit difficult. I did my best whenever it was something I was filming to just try and get people being themselves, you know, get them to be authentic. Oh, it still makes me laugh because me and Craig definitely had a style of banter that worked very well. It didn't work well with everyone. And there's a couple of rally points where you can see the other person next to me is about ready to fucking lamp me. Because I've been bouncing around and being a dingus for multiple takes. Because I wanted to get one where we said everything and it didn't feel like we were making shit up. You know, I can promise you that Craig's The Rome 2 trombone did not come from a cleverly crafted meeting. Or any other fucking nonsense I kept saying. Anyway, not today, but if you're ever bored and you didn't see it during the Rome 2 I'll Talk About Anything day, I still have all of those behind the scenes. There's a drum and bass remix of Craig saying, "Stop dancing, you fucking loon." Oh, have I officially just gone off on a coffee-fueled tangent for the last 40 minutes? Remember when we were going to play video games? Do you remember video games? I don't. My gin-riddled brain has forgotten them all. What even is a video game? I don't remember anymore. Well, so Scotty, that's the thing. I don't remember a time when dev diaries were ever good. The only good series I've really seen on game creation in that regard, yeah, is the Double Fine documentaries. Because they're filmed and shot like a proper documentary. They are informative for both like what's coming and for the behind the scenes stuff. So yeah, two kinds of videos I used to fucking hate. Dev diaries and unboxing videos. At least when the YouTube Cambrian explosion happened, studios stopped making their own unboxing videos and just sent kit to other people. Oh, that's cool. So, have you all seen my arms are now longer? Sorry, my arms are longer now. Oh, and Gideon, Wasso and welcome. Yeah, I'm rampantly sleep deprived and I might be a little bit loopy at this point. I just made people watch a dev diary about aliens, colonial marines. So I might be mad. But I got a smile on my face. Meanwhile, Will's out here making a video game version of a mukbang. I mean, Jesus, isn't that just Steam Next Fest? Yeah, my arms are longer now. All right, if you haven't seen it, this is My Arms Are Longer Now. It is a puzzle game where you have a weirdly long arm and you steal people's shit. So you have to not get caught and also not get too tangled. Oh, Gideon, are they cool? But you know, the reason why this is worth having a little natter about, so they're being published by Jackbox. Like, to my knowledge, Jackbox has not published anybody else's games, right? Oh, Gideon, not one of those streamers. The fucking worst. But yeah, it's a comedy puzzle game about stealing people's shit. Because you have a really, really long arm. But Jackbox getting into publishing? Like, let's fucking go. Yeah, he said, Scotty, he said he'd go straight, but he didn't. And it's the same people who made Dogpile, so, you know, what's not to love? There we go. I mean, you all have seen every single one of the ridiculous things I've done in the past for video games companies. Well, actually, okay, there is one you all haven't seen, and that was the stuff I did for Ion. And you know what? I might just fucking post it live later on. Like, it's not like there's anyone out there who's waiting for information on the properly cancelled Ion. No one cares about it. The only person who cares about Ion still is me, and only because I made a really good video. I never got to share it with anybody. Hello there. Okay. Before I start completely losing my absolute marbles. Okay. This is the weird thing though about starting stream on time, is one, you get more hours of me talking, and yeah. Build a Rocket Boy have announced they're laying off more people post Mind's Eye, and they do believe that it's due to organized espionage and corporate sabotage. We made a milquetoast bland, unseasoned video game where we were going to do GTA but Roblox and no one bought it. But it's corporate sabotage that it didn't sell. Have they built that Rocket Boy yet? I mean, they should, and probably strap Mark to it because he keeps running his bloody mouth. But is it weird to say I look over at the situation with Mind's Eye, and all I can think is, not my circus, not my monkeys. I don't have to worry about this. Okay. Okay. Before I completely lose my marbles. So friends, we're going to be playing Planet of Lana II. This dropped today. The team was very, very kind enough to send a copy. So I won't be able to leave a review that changes anything because I got given a copy. But I'm looking forward to having a cute little runabout in this. I do not believe you need to have seen the first one. I don't know to what extent. But the first one was really sweet. Real kind of peak, you know, post-indie vibes. And if I don't get started on it now... If I don't get started on it now, then I will probably lose my marbles. Alright, Leon. Stow your emotional support drum and bass music. We've got cute shit to do. I'm going to leave it up at the title screen for a second because I'm going to grab the controller and I have had several pints of coffee, so I probably nip to the loo before we get started. Oh. I can remember where my controller is. But... there we go. Okie dokie. Verdenflow, I am sad to report this game contains 0 amounts of Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. In fact, in a recent study of the video games industry moving into 2023, less than 1% of video games have Shadow the Hedgehog in them. Like, I wasn't going to bring it up today because obviously I don't want to bring you bad news, and I try and be a source of hope as well as information, but yeah, I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you. Oh wow, okay, I went to space for a second there. So, friends, legends, miscreants, I'm gonna nip to the loo, and then let's get started with the second Planet of Lana. Yes, we will be hanging out with this cute little ball of mischief. As for what this story will entail, I've not the foggiest. And again, I don't know how much it's going to tell us about the story so far from the first game. I don't know if it will be a direct continuation or otherwise. So let's find out together. But, like I said, I've got to pee, so I'll be back in a second. Okie dokie. And J Post, thank you. Sorry, jumping back. I do wonder if what's his face from Build a Rocket Boy is on the AI train, because it does feel a little bit like AI psychosis. Bless you. Like, it really does. Okay, with the exception of the following prologue, this game tells a story in a made-up language without subtitles. This is a deliberate choice designed to allow players to arrive at their own interpretation of the narrative. Alright. Previously on Planet of Lana.
E ora vena ilo. Divina itemana. Ona solema. Mat. Meno. Ona lantro. Muy.
Look at his little guy.
Isaga atimafa lonanga. Te una novo teralite calio. Doma lantron lo dua ite teora. Olayen lotaname. Loite otarel. Teite eo managa. Lo roena. Matari mana rema, raquen ona lantro. Telo mafati, domi ite ala menite waeora. Ite libe ma ite mana, te olaye motarimo. Meno. Denahima lotura ite fati vino kema. Novo tu alibimo iwa lotana me. Ona otalimo die fema. Te unami. Tu malikali ortal. Die etami. Ramaello.
Okie dokie. That seems fine. Seems fine. There's no way a colony ship would have any dark secrets or anything like that. Wild. Oh, excuse me. Chapter 1. Secrets. It's a secret. And so it begins. I do appreciate the prologue. I needed that. I'm on chronic smooth brain today, so. Oh, that's cool. Oh. 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 Just going back to it, just like, I know we're all joking of Gideon being like, it's unfortunate how the customers conspire not to buy something. And Favor 6 saying, like, AI is very good at telling people what they want to hear, and that's kind of the worrying thing, right? Like, if the C-suite is talking to the C-suite, because it's no secret those people live in their own strange fucking world. What's up, Bonio? High five. Like, that's no secret at all. But if they're all recommending to each other that they use these productivity apps and these AI nonsense and what have you, like, the idea that they could be their own infection vector for this, like, you know, machine-induced psychosis. Gideon, there could be. I mean, I know we talked about this ages ago, but the one that really showed me how bad it could get was Little Fire showing me this individual who had a rampant crush on their psychiatrist.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you showed me that one. That was some scary shit.
No, that's real life repercussions of AI usage.
Yeah.
It can get bad.
Yeah, and what then happened was that this person ends up, like, getting rid of their psychiatrist, which I think they very much needed. Ah, beans, I get that.
It wasn't just that they got rid of their it wasn't that they got rid of their psychiatrists. They had a crush on their psychiatrist.
Ven aquí.
Okay, so it's teaching us like hiding mechanics, but yeah, no, it was very real. Okay, so person has a crush on a psychiatrist. They start asking ChatGTP. They start asking ChatGTP what they should do, and it says like, oh no, totally go for it. You know, you should absolutely, you know, hit on your psychiatrist. And then when the psychiatrist's like, what? No, that's really inappropriate. They then started doing TikToks and videos with their little chatbot telling them how clever and special they were and how, you know, they totally had a wonderful and unique viewpoint and they were right. It's like, no, you were very wrong and bad. Right? Now, that's a kind of a nice little hyperbole example. But then, the thing about C-suites, right? They're always trying to, you know, maximize productivity. They're always trying to, you know, maximize the time they have to work on more things. And an AI assistant for C-suite, a very easy selling point. But it's not actually assisting you. It's just telling you what you want to hear. Or agreeing with you. You can counteract it. You can contradict it, sorry, and it'll just go, you know what, I'm so sorry, my bad. Wait a second, does that mean it was wrong the first time? And, yeah, the C-suite lots all hang out in the same fucking spaces, the same fucking money pits. You know? You know, I think a lot about how many people took up NFTs or selling NFTs. Because the same people in the same investment circles were the ones sharing info with each other. Yes! Sorry, just, DJ Core says, yeah, always affirming, automated yes man. And Vernon says, you're so right, Will. You've made really good points. This is why I know I'm fine. I've got you lot to rip the shit out of me if I ever become a massive bellend. Yes. So yeah, well, Gideon was just saying that a lot of C-suites are tied up in stories about what work looks like. Oh. And yeah, as Phil is going on, you take that whole like yes man mentality, of which most people, when they reach a level of C-suite, are surrounded by a bunch of people who will only tell them what they want to hear, and then you have a robot that tells you what you want to hear as well. Yeah, you got a path for you have yourself a little on-ramp for full-on psychosis. Well, so Minnesota, I do want to say, because as other people, like as Aeon and Peeps were pointing it out, what is driving the push for AI is the idea that the people who make all the money, that make us do all the work, can now get rid of us for doing all of the work. Video games were always, okay, I shouldn't say always, video games became such a prominent battlefield in this because games make so much fucking money. I mean, at the big stages, not stages like this, but in general. You know what? It worries me more when you lot start agreeing with me across the board. Shitaru, thank you for the bits. Yeah, you're completely correct. You made some great points there. No, 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 no! This language model hasn't learned any language. Fuck off! But yeah. The quote-unquote AI craze isn't for us, right? The quote-unquote AI craze is to replace us. You know, the goal is to make a video game or a creative project with as few creative people as possible. The classic sequel, we added underwater. Hey, those who do not embrace the classics are doomed to be consumed by them. Those who do not put a water section or a sewer level in their game may find themselves in trouble. That's a famous saying. Miyamoto said that about Mario. Make sure you put a water level in your Mario games or I'll fucking kill you. I'm pretty sure that was his quote. Make sure you put a water level in or I'm allowed to eat your skin. And don't forget to hide something and find a waterfall. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, and Gideon, I think that's what drives C-Suite so fucking insane when it comes to video games, is that hang on, what am I doing here? Is that video games can be put together in a open plan office style kind of way, right? You know, in a way that C-Suite understands, except for they're still creative and they don't understand that. You know, why can't you just make game but better? Why can't this team make an online shooter? They've made games before. Yeah, but they're a studio that specializes in single player narrative games, BioWare. But the video games are video games, right? Well, no. I am so smart. Yeah, why can't you just make more Avengers movies? Hey, I'm making games over here, Shigeru Miyamoto. He is famous for having said that. So yeah, you know, the quote-unquote AI revolution was supposed to basically just cut people out of jobs. You know, it was going to save all these C-suiters a fuckload of money because they wouldn't have to pay people. You know, and it is ironic that, like, you know, these productivity apps, which weren't the main use of it, but were, you know, kind of a byproduct of the industry, but something that was seen as like a consumer level mess. These are the ones rotting the minds of C-suiters. Because, like, I try and stay as informed as I can when it comes to, you know, the business of... The business of video games, right? Oh, cool. Nightmare blob. I try and stay as informed with, you know, video game business stuff as I can, but I will admit that when the NFT craze hit, that was the one that made me go, I don't get it. Right? Like, these people who have made video games for so long, for years, who should know better, right? Like, they should know better. Why are they doing this? Yes, it's because I'm one of those paws. And the reason being is that, you know, they were all at these same fucking, like, money people hangouts and shit. You know, all agreeing with each other, all telling each other that, like, oh, this is the future of investment. You need those apes. You know? Yeah. Trapped in the corner. Gigantic spider nightmare. Because the irony is like, none of the things that got done with NFTs in video games were things that we couldn't have done already. But it's like, if you said, hey, I'm going to make a strategy game for mobile, and I want you to buy plots of land for upwards of $60,000, you drag down the street and beat them with sticks. But as soon as it's like, no, it's your digital land. God. Oh, like, rest in absolute fucking piss. You know what? I'm happy I don't even remember the name of it. It was going to be a giant robot Battlefield NFT game. And the fucking business pitch was not just, you know, buy a mech or buy your armor or shit like that with NFTs. Or buy them and they are NFTs. But that people could be land barons. Ultimately, there was going to be a class of landlords in your Battlefield-style shooter. Yeah. Now, they were fucking wankers because they managed to get around PAX's no NFTs rule because they had they were going to have a non-NFT build and an NFT build. But the NFT build was the one that would allow people to own land that you would have to pay, or they would get a cut of your like victory points or cash points or what have you. They had land barons in Second Life. Mysteriously, just before Second Life tanked. Yeah. There have been a couple of games that have had... Alright, where are you going, Mui? There have been a few games that have done, like, digital land ownership and stuff like that, but that was predominantly based on... like special environments and whatnot. Like, there are definitely clubs and spaces in Second Life that changed hands. I forget the name of it, the MMO where the currency had like an actual US dollar value. Famously, someone sold a nightclub on a very, very popular space for like 30 grand. But, you know, one, I'm not a big fan of that kind of thing. But also, that is something that we can already do. Is this the nursery? Haunting. You know. Yes. Look at this little guy go. He's just a happy little guy. Oh, pachow. DJ Core says the tax system in New World is the single biggest reason I bailed on them. There was a tax system in New World? I thought that was a good idea. So what was it, just like... So to own a home, you had to pay a weekly gold cost. If you didn't, you'd lose the ability to edit. I think invite people to it. Ugh. As well as faction-based quests that wouldn't work unless your particular faction had taken an area, which forced people to PvP. That sounds awkward and bad. Then again, I'm an unapologetic Ultima Online enjoyer, so take from that what you will. Oof. Friends, I had no idea. Like, I didn't get on the New World bandwagon early on. I've done my time. I did World of Warcraft, I did Ultima Online. What was the other one? Anarchy Online for a small stint, a lot of Eve. Sounds like, what if Hisbran Hills Foothills PvP was a load-bearing mechanic? It does sound like that, and that doesn't sound fun. Yeah. Well, I assume their whole goal was to somehow stop, like, some of the hyperinflation that's kind of inherent with MMOs. But Virtue said, damn it, Will, you played too many online games. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Ultima Online. How dare you lot be funnier than me yet again? Minnesota did Ultima Online, Star Trek, Rift. Oh, Knights of the Old Republic, or, well, just Old Republic. I didn't play as much of New World as I wish I could have. I didn't know. Ponzi was Guild Wars 1 and 2. Oh. Oh, here we go. Okay, okay. Yeah, and DJ Coil, that doesn't sound fun. So, okay, if you've not heard the term, I love talking about digital economy stuff because it's kind of fascinating. But basically, in MMOs, when you have a player, if players can trade with each other, if players can trade with each other and the main currency is also the same currency that you get from rewards or from killing things, then you will always have a hyperinflation problem because users will only ever acquire more resources. There isn't a limited pool of coins shared within the world. Every person is getting their own money as they complete quests, as they slay monsters. Every time you find a coin on a goblin, that's one more coin into the digital economy. So you need money sinks. You need ways for people to spend that consistently. And now what a lot of companies have done pretty much since the proliferation of a lot of Mobage style monetization systems is just have multiple currencies. So the currencies which you use for your big fancy stuff you can't get. You can't get from just playing and fecking about. That way you can make sure that the user is always at the behest of yours, but still has the ability to gain more resources and feel that kind of sense of progression. I'm not saying it's good, it's just weird. The other thing being is like, you know, games not having a way for you to just gain money out of nothing. But eventually that still leads to a situation where only a handful of users will have currency and shit to work with. The little guy. I just need you to chew a little cable in half. Yeah. Or, yeah, no, Gideon, if you do, just, you know, be prepared. One of the things that I find fascinating when we have these conversations about digital economies and the ilk is that users will find a way. My first introduction was Ultima Online, where, because people have been playing for so long, and gold was so readily available, it created a situation where users could amass stupid amounts of cash. So to combat that, people came up with their own system, their own currency, a platinum system, being the most expensive metal and the one used for like high-end late-game crafting. You know, it ended up taking the place of gold, which is really fucking cool when you think about it. Apparently Guild Wars is the same thing with the dye market. That's heckin' cool. This kid gets their ankles from the same place Leon Kennedy does. Kakazi says that FF14 also has luxury mounts that cost a ridiculous amount of gold. Great for the most wealthy of individuals. 100% sure what we're supposed to do with this. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. There we go. DJ Coil, the SOJ economy happened because there were no gold cents. Like... SOJ? Oh, Stones of Jordan. Sorry. I missed Gideon's post on that one. Yeah. Now, that one's interesting because the users created economy around something that was useful, that they already needed. So it became almost like an advanced barter. I love video games. They're so smart, and they do the smart, clever things. Oh, coffee, keep me alive. I will say there have been a few interesting ones. Ket worked on a project for a short while. It was called, I want to say Evo, or... it was a voxel-based game where your goal is to save the planet from a meteor, but you start out with no tools. You have to build your early stuff, like, with rock and nothing else. There we go. Little guy's not waterproof. So DJ Coyle said that SOJ was probably the inspiration for Path of Exile's no currency economy. I mean, that makes sense, at least to me. You know, one of the things I did find interesting, and I'm not saying it was created for good and altruistic means, but Diablo 3's paid auction house I thought was quite fascinating. Oh, I don't like that at all. Nope. Snee, big spiny bastard. Ow. And that's a dead child. Okay, and that's the game. Thank you for watching. Child's super dead. The end. Did me in like it was fucking Rain World. Little guy. Sorry, but like I really enjoyed the conversation and stuff. I just realised that this is one of those games that's just very comfortable. You know, it's nice to be back. I'm gonna take a little second over here. You're right. If it was Rain World, I'd be dragging my corpse back to munch on it later. Although, the millipedes in Rain World don't eat you. They just hate you. Well, I think it's better to say the millipedes are being defensive of either their territory or their young. The little millipedes will only shock you if you grab them, and the big ones will just fucking kill you. Did you call without meaning to start disclosed? Do you recall the first game had such prominent yellow paint? Yes, the early kind of wildlife that you control is very yellow coded, which hey, I'm always a fan of. And any users that tell you that they don't like and don't want yellow paint are probably the ones that need it the most. Oh, this game is stupid and dumb because I... Oh, are we back here? Oh, okay. Nova's like, I'm helping! Alright. Alright, let me turn the light on. Honestly, Nova, actually, so moving around is probably not a bad shout, and I should probably eat something as well. I may have electrocuted a child. Well, so Nova, it's kind of a tactical thing as much as anything else. Sleep has been dog shit the last couple of days, and I've had to get up early. So today I am surviving on the power coffee. And a stomach the size of a walnut. Oh, is that the new card? Fuck yeah! My summer car, let's go!
But, so, I was sitting there tearing it apart. You have drives in there. Like storage drive, but they're not, so I have to go through and actually they don't have disk drive, like the actual assigned whatevers. So I just have to go in and I have to like assign them. But you have the extra storage in there. Yeah. I was sitting there, I was like, there's no way this computer only has 50 gigs of space when you have a fucking thing in there. So I'm sitting there trying to fucking rip apart settings, like where are you? And I found it, but yeah.
And they're just blank.
They're just blank because they're not allocated to a disk drive.
But they were formatted, but just... Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're just sitting in there, useless, covered in dust, not being used. Like, they were plugged in and everything. So they were connected to the like where they're supposed to be, everything, motherboard, everything's connected as it should. It just wasn't, they weren't actually set up to be used for storage.
That's so weird.
So, like, what the fuck are they there for?
Well, there was the hard drive that got broken by a previous game. So if you have any rewrite issues with it, it might be a broken hard drive.
Maybe.
Okay. All right. Whew. Okay. Oh, all right. I'm not stalling. All right. For those who got in late or didn't see the things from yesterday, over the years, I have acquired a lot of like hand-me-down PC parts and broken pieces, and so Little Fire's been doing what I've been calling my summer. Well, no, you came up with it first. My summer PC. I'm just trying to see if we can build a junker PC, and it's come together. You know, it's not winning any races, but it's a functioning piece of kit. Alright. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Whew. Oh yeah, no, that's proper rain. Felix was just saying it's proper rain. It's not too bad here because the whole like microclimate, but it's giving it a proper go. Oh, that'd be good just to make sure I'm getting up and moving about. Well, yeah, so Catastrophe, I was thinking about this because somebody asked the other day of like, you know, when is it good design, when is it bad design? In 2D games, like, when to make it clear what the user is supposed to be doing, and okay, I get it. It is kind of fascinating, but we've gotten to the point now where we have such a high quality of like, visual fidelity and things that we do need to make stuff a little clearer for the user. And that's okay, if we want to have things like, I know it's the most hyperbole 2010s answer, but if we want to have stuff like, oh my god, alright. Brain no work. It's been a good run. Just bury me where you find me. Mirror's Edge. We want to have stuff like Mirror's Edge, we want to have like visually interesting games. We also need a way to be able to show users what is and what isn't. Yeah, you don't hate yellow paint, you hate the feeling you're being condescended to. And maybe if you were better at video games, we wouldn't have to put the yellow paint in. Boom. Holy shit.
You have fucking space. There's so much space.
Job's hidden.
I know what I'm doing.
Hey, never doubted you.
I don't believe you.
That's not true. I didn't think it had working parts.
It definitely works. They just weren't assigned drives.
Hey,
Letters.
job's a good. Oh shit.
I will give you started.
I want to do some sleepy VO. Crowd control is asking for paid actors.
Ooh. Heck yeah.
Heck yeah, I'll have to pop that in tonight. Okay. Sorry about that, friends. And Jen, apologies if I seem like I'm multi-track drifty potato today. Sorry, just Vershi wasn't even a real streamer. He's a paid actor. If I had a nickel for every time I was accused of being a paid actor, I'd have 2 nickels. It is wild. It is wild. Okay. Paid? In this economy? And that's the thing. If I was, just try and stop me from talking about it. True. I am very animated, and you lot do pay me. Like, the reason I'm able to eat and pay my bills is you lot. Oh, we made it to the captain's quarters. But yeah, so jumping back, like, the yellow paint discussion is always fascinating because the kind of users, when they notice it, do become very frustrated with it, but they don't understand that they're the very ones that need it. Because here's what I will tell you, it is the overconfident, predominantly white male who needs the yellow paint the most. A lot of the time when you introduce someone to an environment, you or someone who doesn't have a high level of games literacy, they will look up what they are supposed to be doing, and they will look at the environment in a way that makes it make sense. It's the folks who feel like they are the cool kids. It's the folks who spend a lot of time with video games and do not feel that they should have to learn. They're the ones who need the most amount of signposting, right? And I always find it funny because, yeah. Virtually, yeah, unfortunately, it turns out we weren't the cool kids after all. Yeah, sometimes you got to be a little humble and learn how to learn, and that's fine. Actually, one thing is, yes, because Astros, we won't name anyone. I am also guilty of it because, you know, when you sit down for work in the morning and you get stream going and you got your coffee and you jump into a game, you know, this is the thing that you do day in, day out. And whether you are a journo, a dev, and fucking numpty streamer like me, there's a rhythm to it, right? A lot of these games have a commonality in language and how they explain things. And so a lot of the time you find yourself, I wouldn't say zoning out, but you find yourself with an expectation that this one is going to be just like the last one. And then it isn't. And a lot of the time, people will get grumpy rather than try and work out, like, all right, what do I need to know here? Fucking wee! Fucking wee! Yeah, it's not near as brutal as Flashback. It's got the color, but it's a lot more forgiving on the controls and everything than the standard kind of like post Prince of Persia hell. Okay. It's a secret. But yeah, you know, the other one that you know, when quote unquote gamers do not realize they're being tutorialized, follow the light. For years we've been conditioning users to follow the light because unfortunately they need it. Yeah, well, and the thing is, the no tutorials... Tutorialization is important, it's just gotta not be fucking terrible. Like, one of the things that I really wanted to do, hopefully I can in the future, I wanted to get, Egoraptor, was it, Aaron, in for, like, a chat and a discussion, because, like, what's wild is that for a lot of people, sequelitis was their first exposure to like games deconstruction and like analysis, but so many of those things from sequelitis still ring true. Nobody wants to have their shit interrupted with Mega Man, Mega Man! No one wants that. Like, Portal never stops being a tutorial. Portal is always teaching you something new and fun, and it's so pretty. Well, it's more, Scotty, when we're scanning an environment, especially in a 3D environment, things that are lit up will catch our eye first because, well, we can see them. So you can signpost the user into where to go without telling them. See, no tutorialization is an interesting way of doing stuff, but what that actually means is that you have to either teach by play, or you have to create kind of like a live, death, repeat environment, right? Where failure is very clearly signposted, i.e., in Selfish, if you get shot in the gob, you die, and then you respawn, and you think, man, I better not get shot in the gob. In SimCity, you may create a situation where your infrastructure is not going to be able to support what you've created. So you can kind of put yourself in a bad spot that you can't come out from, that you may not have the knowledge to understand it. You know, seriously, if you haven't seen Sequelitis on Mega Man, it's very, very good, because Mega Man does have tutorials in it, but it's teach by play, and that's all about your thinking, right? Now, those old games had a much more distinctive art style in terms of what was and wasn't foreground, so they didn't quite have to telegraph climbable ledges as well. In this, like, what is and isn't an environment I can climb on? Well, I understand this because I'm in the playing scene, but if you were just looking at this for the first time, you don't know. And Jamami, what unwelcome. No, we've had 2 mornings of early starts, and it was kind of like, I don't know, either go get an early kip and then try and wake up before like 6, which is a very bad idea, or just get started early. So here we are. How are you doing? So Gideon says, how would one represent the perception of the character as opposed to the player without some visual indicator? Yes, because at least as it was explained to me, that's the whole thing with, oh god, come on brain. Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge, it's the free runner vision, right? That you see where you can jump off, where you can land, where you can slide, you know. Now, we're not going to go into it specifically because it's a different thing, but much like Aloy's like hunter vision and Batman's detective vision and shit like that, like a visualization of what the character would perceive. Those have their own problems. That's not a discussion. Oh, Aloy's focus, yeah. But yeah, Jamami, I hope you're doing good. I mean, shit, I hope you're all doing, I mean, as well as any of us fucking can do right now. Like, I see your points on Interstellar, but movies have their own shit. Like, they get to control exactly where the audience is looking and what they see. You know, if they can't make their viewers, users, whatever, pay attention to the things they want to pay attention to, then, you know. Whee! Oh, this is cute. Welcome to I just gave my cat a mechanicized hovercraft with the ability to crush people with boxes. time for revenge. Robot style. Yeah, the only reason I say, like, the Arkham Asylum Detective Vision isn't really a good example is just because in that situation, those kind of vision modes create a... rather than a representation of the character's ability, they create a situation where the user feels like they have to be always using and doing a thing, and they end up spending less time paying less attention to the other fun stuff. Alright, that's one. So yeah. But this is where we start getting up to the fun stuff, right? Like, how do we represent different characters' perspectives and how they see shit? Like, yo, that's the fun of video games. How do we put our users in the shoes of, you know, other people? Oh, bless you. I feel like I've missed something. Oh, there it is. Bless you. But yeah, tutorialization, that's a different kettle of monkeys. And, I mean, ultimately it depends on the kind of game and the kind of experience you really want to give to your users. But the thing I always like saying is that devs don't put yellow paint in for them. Dice, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. No, the yellow paint isn't for us. As my little robot, as my little tiny friendo leaps off a hover vehicle. Aww, and the kid talks to the little guy.
It's just a little guy.
I'm gonna say this now. If it's between the child and the little guy, I know what I'm about. Oh. See, with this, again, how come I can climb this side and I can't, not the others? Because this has the yellow. You know, yellow flowers, yellow bars. It's a nice, stark visual element. And if I remember rightly, that of all the variations of colorblind that people can suffer from, it's purple and yellow are the most easy to spot differentiation. You know, it's not just yellow paint, it's... there's the squad. This game is gorgeous. Yeah, and Orzine, Mirror's Edge is, as we were mentioning it, is gorgeous, and it's also a representation of the character's abilities, so it does both. Half your billions should go to John Williams. Don't lick the radioactive metal. She's gonna lick the radioactive metal.
Pro gamer tip. Okay, when exploring an ever-shifting dungeon, taking screenshots soften is alwaw. I'm still a bit late, but this one's pretty.
Hey, Simple Chaos, how goes it? But like, I will take yellow paint any day over being paused and being told what to do by bodiless characters, constantly interrupted with like, player, did you know if you turn left you can see the puzzle? Yeah, cool, I'm doing my own thing right now. Player, you haven't moved in a few seconds. Have you tried turning left? Because that's where the puzzle is. So help me, I will drown you. Player! What? Player, have you turned left? Yes! Let me make my mac and cheese! Hey, listen! No one enjoyed that. I think we've all seen it, like, one con or another, someone who's done the whole, you know, pay $5 to shake the shit out of Navi in a jar. Hey, Catastros. Lovely to see you. And hey, if I'm able to keep this pattern up, it's really good being able to start at like a sensible hour. It gives me more time to stream, which I've been desperate to do. Just sorry, it's been a few days of bad sleep in the ilk. What is that little fluffy? Yeah, I love it when games tell me I shouldn't have agency. Sam, it's Die Hardman. Did you know aggressive tutorialization can be annoying, and it may increase your stress levels? Of course, ultimately how you implement the tutorial is up to you. Press A to tutorial. Alright. As I'm not the sharpest spoon in the box today. What is your favorite tutorial? Implementation in like a game. I know what I'm going to say is mine. Like, for as much as I love the teach by play and everything like that, my personal favorite tutorial of all time is still Far Cry Blood Dragon. When your mate fucking trolls you into like stupid idiot baby tutorial for babies. It's so funny. Yeah, Scotty, same brain. Guacamele's Omic Headbutt, good shout. Oh, Aeon, that's a cheat answer. I will also say, close second, the Half-Life Hazard Course. Because it's canonical and it's in-universe, and you have to choose to do it. But that's kind of the old way of doing it, like, people don't watch or play the tutorial first anymore. Because that's the thing, people will just start the game, and if they don't immediately understand everything or immediately know what they're supposed to be doing, they will blame the game. And it's the game's fault. The game is stupid and dumb. And boy howdy will they make that an entire tutorialization thing. Oh, the game didn't tell me how to do this thing. Oh, did you watch the tutorial? No. No, okay, you just skip straight ahead. Fuck. That's another dead child. Is anyone keeping track of how many dead children we're going through in this? That's three dead children. Blah blah blah. Actually, Alnus, that one does deserve a shout out. Alnus was saying that Shadow of Mordor teaches you how to do sneaking and takedowns by sneaking up on your wife and ambushing her with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. As long as the body count is lower than processing in Resident Evil, I'm cool with it. Well, and Phyllis, that's the thing. Like, we moved away from... Okay, when we gain... I know you know this, but just for everybody. When we gained more memory, more space, more capacity, we gained the ability to have cutscenes, voice lines, etc. Stuff to be like, here's... we could have people play through the learning segments of games. We also learned that people are far more likely to do that than they are to sit down and read a booklet before starting. Tunic, just all of Tunic, bet. Teach by play is a wonderful methodology, but it isn't applicable to all things, because teach by play also has to adhere to the rules of the universe that it's in. And that can often mean not teach by play, but teach by failure. And teach by failure is a hard one to make fun, right? You get tutorialized in Frostpunk, for example, but ultimately you don't know what you need to do to win until you have failed at least once. Redneck Dinosaur Mansion 3, that's a good shout. The tutorialization in that one is brilliant, and then the reveal is also part of it. I'm trying to think of some other bangers. Yeah, I mean, the problem was, Fearless, is that people weren't reading them. Okay, I've got to work out what the bloody hell I'm supposed to be doing. This bloody fish. Because I need to lure it out, but I can't outswim it. Which usually means there's something I need to go find. No? Okay. Fucking hell. That's 4 dead kids. Make a little collection of them. I may throw some food in the microwave very, very quickly, because I have gone from sleep deprived and caffeinated to kind of awake and very hungry. Well, so Outer Wilds has the advantage in that that's one where the loop is very short, and that at least early on, like, death is instantaneous, and then, bam, you've lost nothing, and you're just back in it, right? True, but DJ Coyle, like, again, Animal Wells doing the whole Mega Man, like, teach by play thing. Oh, and Zeke, what and welcome. But yeah, like, what are some of your favorite standouts? Oh. Oh, I'm being a dingus. Oh, well, Zeke, have a good day. And to be continued, friend. Okay, we need a way to lure that thing this way. Okay. Use special ability on fish. A little fishy. I'm a little fishy. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I'm a clever fish. I'm a clever fish. Oh, alright. Also, and I'm not saying this for you lot. This is, I did mean this just as a fluffy topic because it's fun to talk about. But yeah, good tutorialization isn't, you know, the best tutorials are the ones we do not know about, the ones that snuck past us. And, God, with me being a sleepy mess, simple chaos. You took the Yaldum. It's yours. Look at that little slow cat. Oh, sorry. Look at that little bug knight. What will you do with this power? All right. Kakazi says 5 squats, then snack time. All right. Terrors. No stalling on the squats, the Jarl's decree. All right. Rackle. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right. I'll be back in just a second. I have returned. Ah, yes, the Velociraptor special. Okay. It's less snacks, more leftover pasta, but it's time for fish. It's time to use special ability on fish. It's like, I think I get where we're going with this. The little hippity hop out of this one. Come, little fish, let's go on an adventure. Let's see what we can find. Oh, but yeah, I was trying to think of other like really standout tutorials, but again, great tutorials. We don't even know they're happening. We don't even know we're being taught how to do cool shit. Not a fan of how much underwater nonsense we're already having to do. But I guess this is, you know, Planet of Lana II, Swim of Lana. God darn it. Remember when I was funny? Do you remember that?
No.
Savage. Well, so Jimami, I played StarCraft 2 for the story. I was never part of kind of like the strategy scene. I definitely wasn't part of like the StarCraft scene. So I'm not sure what you mean by those tutorials. Like, there were some really cool ones in some of the Street Fighter Collector editions, but those were very strict, like, I'm gonna teach you how to do a very cool thing. So I think I've got an idea of what we need to do. So now we take the little fish. Right, come on, little guy, you got this. Whoppa! Here we go. Yeah! Fish jumps. Okay, so what were the StarCraft Academy pieces? Okay, so now big bastard's there. Now time to go be useful. I have acquired the healing seaweed. But no, I guess what I'm saying is, like, what were they? Like, I understand some of the terminologies in the ilk, but... sorry. But things like, how was it implemented? You know, StarCraft 1 and 2, narratively, they make whatever the new mechanic you're being introduced to part of the narrative arc. I tried the narrative beats of that session. So, for example, in both games, when you're being introduced to, like, how to put units into buildings as the Terrans, you know, it'll be part of a defensive maneuver and stuff like that. External from campaign, just little side missions for medals and competition. Okay. So kind of like a esports version of the Worms Armageddon missions. It always comes back to Worms. Well, so Scotty, as they say in the tutorial, we're definitely the look at that little fluff. We're definitely the invaders in this planet. So what we found out from the first game is that everybody here who was living in kind of like a very simple, very, you know, in harmony with nature, tribe style. It turns out that everyone here used to be part of a colony ship, but the colony ship crash landed. And so these are kind of the survivors. Our little Mui here, our cutie patootie little creature, is actually a kind of an advanced interface unit. And can be used to interface with the larger robots and things. So when the robots, at the beginning of the game, the robots attack, and everyone's like, oh my god. Turns out the robots are working on like an auto protocol. They're trying to bring everybody together, you know, because they think everyone's been scattered and lost. And so at the end of it, thanks to you and little Mui and the things you do with the big ship, you're able to basically harness all of the robots. So the big ones in the back with the 4 legs, those were kind of the nightmare bots that were like either lasering or hoovering up everybody. Now that's Derek's house. Now, should Derek stop fucking with the controls? Yes, because the house keeps moving. But it's Derek's house. Same with these cute little kind of like spider mechs. But no, so I find that stuff interesting. You know, one of the things that's always been a challenge is, you know, how do you strike a balance between teaching high-end play and not alienating people along the way? StarCraft as a multiplayer game and StarCraft as a single-player game are extremely different. Heck, there are some units that behave drastically differently. Fighting games are somewhat similar. In a fighting game, you have access to everything that you would in single player that you will take online, but how you utilize those tools is very different. But yeah, a lot of it comes down to kind of, you know, varying FGCs in the ilk. The smaller flying mechs are different in multiplayer, if I remember correctly, for the Terrans. Yes, Legend? Funny joke! Sorry. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to laugh at that bit. The goal was find your parents, and then I come up against the 2 gravestones, and it's parents found. Yeah, not a transforming mech yet.
Lana. Eta moitiera.
Muatiera. Muatiera. Riama. Eura lo pak mailo.
Meno. Pana omena nuatia, Lana.
Riama.
Ota. Lana. Una. Himati, Lana.
Kid, stay put. He absolutely will not stay put. Well, actually, I think they do a very, very good job of... Oh, and a good evening, Kyball. What and welcome.
Cariloena. Adenari.
Vegni, capitale. Ero.
Ilo. Sonalo mafati. Itevolo isaga.
Capitale.
Ilo. Itea makari mutat. Mafi.
Riama. Ero mai.
Meno. Terali temana lota.
Era. Capitale.
Dia Lana. Imati.
Ya. Onala mailo.
Lana. Imati.
Ilo.
We literally saved the day last time, but now we're not allowed to go save the day.
Ero ma. Lana.
Ona mati.
Meno. Tilala.
Whee!
Hanua.
Lana anua atirotalavi. Nuete.
Okay. So we need a fire flower, a pearl, and a steak face.
Ona fatu.
Little cat thing's just staring.
Tata neraken. Meno mui. Olai.
Chapter 3, The Cure. Okay. Look, Cure seems a little strong, because she does look like she's got radiation poisoning. Okay. To the mountain! Look at the little blob. Oh. Stop our little friend getting stuck in the snow. That seems like a bad idea. Oh. That's what we found here. Are these just the little secrets? Oh yeah, I guess so. I guess these are like the terraforming notes and whatnot. Oh, okay. Sorry, everybody. I had a feeling. As soon as I put some food in my system, my body's like, cool. We crashed down. Like, body, no. Body, no. Okay. Oh, so yeah, we were having a natter about good tutorials and things like that. I was asking peeps what their favourite tutorials from games and stuff were. Not for any kind of like point or anything, just because I think it's fun to talk about. Tutorialization is a tricky thing to get right. Oh! That's a dead child. Who's keeping up with our dead child count? What? I've lost a lot of kids. And that's another. Just kind of swinging around there. Oh, okay. The rock wasn't for jumping, it was for shade. It's for protection. Are we up to 7 dead children? Okay. That's one more. A little Count von Countbing. Ah, 8 children plummeting to their death. Vla, vla, vla. That's 9. Gee?
You and your fucking
Count von Count.
Count von Count. Jesus Christ.
What can I say? He's my favorite vampire. The kid's got slippy feet. 9 children plummeting off the mountain. As my blade always says, some children are always trying to ice skate uphill. Was that 10? Ah, you know what? Once you get double digits, you start losing count. Call me the Victorian industrialization revolution, the way I'm burning through children. Oh. Oh. Look at the little fluffies! I need you to go make friends with little fluffies. My little fluffy. Make friends with other little fluffies. Video games are gonna be okay. Now, okay. Oh, we have to use them like a little fuse. I suddenly feel extremely guilty for that one.
Weakness learned. Creature type cute innocent fluffball is weak to fire.
You're right. That's important information that we shall store away. Well, okay, but I had to do it the second time. Just remember, friends, everything's weak to fire. Don't worry, everyone, they're specifically weak to fire. Everything's weak to fire.
Sheesh, we're up to 10 already. I mean that's 2 whole McAllisters according to the Home Alone loss index.
Yeah, I'm starting to think... I don't think the McAllisters were very good parents. Oh, this is gonna involve some nefarious puzzle fuckery here. Oh, Scotty, seriously, thank you for the bits. Like, thank you all. These last few days have been very, very, very exhausting. But we're doing it. We're doing it. But fuck me, I'm tired. I'm so tired. Oh, it's just been a combination of like not being able to. Oh, not being able to snooze. Thought. And there's one sturdy wooden box. Oh. Okay, I could have phrased that better. And Nova has sent me Cubone Corky and is that Corky with a keyblade? That's what we like to see. Yeah, that's fucking cool. Okay. Oh. Halloween Sora Corgi. Okay. Do your job, Coffee. Sorry. We had really good banter early on today, and I don't feel like I've been completely fucking up, but... Oh, okay, I get it. I don't feel like I've been completely fucking up at conversation and good times, but... Boy, howdy, friends. It's just been... The combo has been not being able to sleep, getting up early, and the fact that Resident Evil has commanded our lives. Now, I'm not complaining about this. You know, no one is making me stay up for Resident Evil. But fucking hell, it's been so good. But everything is really starting to take its toll right now. No! Little guy couldn't get traction. Well, no, so for those who haven't seen, Resi 9 is fucking brilliant. And definitely an example of, like, why AAA games... Why a lot of AAA games have no excuse for being shite. But also, it has full-tier puzzle sicko goodness in. Fuck! Burning through these poor little creatures. Like I'm going through schmores here. Yeah, well, it's not so much that, Nova, it's just... I haven't been able to get back to sleep in the evenings. So I've just been running on a couple hours sleep every night for the last few nights, and it's really taken its toll. Just breathing through it, you know? Exhaustion comes in waves, it'll pass in a sec. So yeah, we can return to the moral quandary that is Kevin McAllister in but a moment. Oh, that's what I get for having food like a sensible person. Words of Sir Frederick Durst. Like a chumpay, like a chumpay. But I mean, it was absolutely worth it. You know, I've been huffing a lot of, you know, indie games copium. And I'm not sad about that, it's just... I've never been someone who's been anti-AAA just based on, like, pure philosophy, right? I'm all about the games and the people who make them. It is entirely possible for a AAA game to be stupendous and wonderful and you know, the thing that inspires us to greatness, shows us things that we couldn't have seen before. I feel those games have the budget to do the cool kid, hot, expensive thing, which is fucking good. But what we've seen from a lot of the usual players is higher costs, lower quality, lower creativity. Ah, oh, Cannibal, I miss you. Yes, my little friend is also a fucking radiation suppressant as well. Don't give up, skeleton. You can still do it. One day, Bonio's gonna start getting royalties. Just sitting on it like a cat. Typical cat always find a warm spot. Oh, okay. In a sec, I'm just gonna go throw some cold water on my face and whatnot. Try and wake the bloody hell up. Ooh. Okay, actually, that might have to be right this very moment. Sorry, friends. Apologies for taking a break in this tiny little cavern, but I've got eyes like lead, and I'm not falling asleep on you. I don't think I've actually fallen asleep during a stream. Yes, I'm just gonna go dunk me head. All right, friends, just bear with me 2 secs. Sorry about the stop-startiness of today. Oh God, I'm lying in tomorrow. I'm lying in tomorrow, and then we're going to do blueprints, and it's going to be amazing. So I'm getting booed. I'm getting booed because I won't go get Taco Bell. I said we can go and get it. Just not... Can't go right now. That's bullshit. Oh, the bell of taco. Well, it's like, we can't order it because to order it is to pour like an extra shitload of cash on it. And we're not exactly... I think I get what it wants us to do. What's the point of living in a downward spiral of capitalism if you can't have Taco Bell? Well... How is that not catching fire? It's a bloody lava palaver. Ah. Oh, the one near us is good. If you go in person. Aha. This puzzle. Okay. No, we are not fishing for Taco Bell money. We are set for food. We are set for what we need. Oh, and honestly, there are a squillion other things that we should be throwing cash at before a Taco Bell adventure. But the dream. Yeah, actually, Little Fire did homemade cheesy Gordita crunches last week. And they were fucking good, but we're so close to getting it perfect. Oh. Girl boss gatekeep gasoline on the couch. Okay. Girl boss gatekeep gasoline for Little Fire works very well. Just not saying if you need more merch or anything. XO, Watto and welcome. Oh. I made the mistake of having food, which is good for the human body, but oh. Honestly, make it a shirt. I'm with DJ Coyle on this one. Then again, we've got to survive the con on Friday, so...
Oh, yeah.
We are going into the greater world. What was that? I saw that. What did Big send over? Oh, shit! Big just sent over a copy of Mech Engineer. If you haven't seen that one, it is... Spreadsheet Sickos, the game. So you customize and deploy a series of mechs, and you customize all of it. It is incredibly in-depth. EXO, Planet of Lana II picks up from the original, more of the same. It's extremely good, but also I haven't gotten far enough in to give it like a consensus. Spreadsheets and mechs. So, Biggs, heckin' thank you. Oh, reflective. Sorry. But seriously, thank you. Alright? I think it's supposed to be like time travel mechs against bioweapons, the game. Oh. But yeah. Planet of Lana II is just good. Oh, well, fucking brag about it, why don't you? EXO got one of the pure cheese puff quavers. The mystical beast of cheese-based snackery. I know this puzzle is very, very easy. Brain no worky? Brain no work. Brain no work. I'm just trying to make it do the thing. Oh. But yeah, Reflective, EXO, everybody, I hope you're doing as well as any of us really can be. I do not fully understand what I'm supposed to be. Oh, alright. Jarabi 1, my brain does certain kinds of spatial puzzles very, very easily, but the other thing was like, you know, we've been hitting Resident Evil hard, and it's been good. Okay. At it again. Okay, I hate that I get what we have to do. If I just lay my head down.
No, you're gonna sleep.
Okay, okay.
You know what you need?
What?
Horse squats.
Honestly, I'm almost thinking of like just turning the price down on them. Okay. I've still got some coffee left. Let's have a little banter break. Because the thing is, I'm getting into the puzzle mode. This game is beautiful and gorgeous. It is every bit what I would hope the follow-up to the original would be. You know what I mean? And that's wonderful. But sleep deprivation and exhaustion, because we've been going hard for... What did we do, like... I think we did 6 days of Resident Evil. Some of those sessions going as late as like 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh. Okay, puns. Yep. Let's have the intravenous caffeine drip. Well, I'm gonna give it a breath. If between a quick banter break and some squats doesn't get me back on track, puns, I'm actually gonna say thank you. Denied my Taco Bell claim. It's so expensive. We've been, we got Taco Bell a couple weeks back. We went over to the P.O. Box and it was lovely. The last time we went to the P.O. Box, we decided we were going to try and make it ourselves and it was fucking tasty. And that's where we're currently at, but... Aww. Just looking over and seeing DJ Coyle's co-pilot. What was I doing? Okay. Yeah. Coffee and banter. Just wake the fuck up. Cool, because here's the thing. If I sleep now, it won't be just a little cushy nap. Oh, damn it! Nova! Oh, I said cushy again. It won't be a teeny tiny little nap. It'll be a full sleep. And I will wake up at 8 o'clock, and then we'll be doing the same dance tomorrow because I've stayed up all night. This is the cost of the residents that are evil. Okay, here we go. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Well, so, Jemami, the problem is, we got watching this fucking Tool Academy show. And someone used it in that 2000s, like, lad... Oh, God darn it. Come here. No wonder that... Sorry, you're all gonna get in close. Yep. There's a huge thumbprint on the camera. I thought the camera was a little blurry. I wonder who that could be.
Probably you.
But yeah, so thanks to Tool Academy, I've said it twice today. I don't want to. EXO asked, what is my order from the chippy? Honestly, battered sausage and fish. Battered sausage and chips. You know, gone are the days of the classic, you know, just cod and chips. What sauce? Vinegar, ketchup, nothing special. Now, more importantly, what's your order from the kebab? Because big box chips, usually big old lamb doner, sauce, veggies, the whole shebang. They're usually not the chilies. Nah, curry sauce, I don't know. You know what, most of the time I have to... Most of the time between acquiring stuff from the chippy and getting it back to where I'm eating it, any kind of like hardcore sauce application is just going to create a flavourless mush. Oh, okay. Little Fires, we've actually been playing Lo-Fi Britishisms playlist while I sleep, just to get him back in. Yeah, that's why I keep waking up. It's it skips. Yeah. DJ Core's basic chicken kebab on pizza. That's fine. My only problem with sheesh is the kind of people who order a shish kebab are usually too drunk to know that it's going to take extra time and then whinge about it. EXO's is a mixed kebab, chili sauce, that really sharp garlic mayo. Oh yeah, full salad, 4 hot wings, a tray of cheesy chips, and a burger sauce. Oh, you are a person who knows how to live. I've been making my own burger sauce. I'm getting real good at it. It's finely chopped pickles, white wine vinegar, and then mayo, mustard, ketchup, and paprika to taste. I'm getting real proud of it. Between the homemade burgers and the burger sauce, oh, I'm onto a winner. Oh, it's a winner. It's a kaleidoscope, innit? Scotty's is steak and ale, poker pie, 2 curry rolls, medium chips. Ooh. Yeah, I would have fish, but I forgot my credit card. Yeah, I would get a cod and chips, but I forgot my fucking bank loan. Oh. But I was like, look, I love these conversations, but in the past, whenever we've had these conversations about takeaways and stuff, you all have suddenly been like, oh, Will, don't worry, here you go. Food-wise, we're doing good. And honestly, like, if we get a chunk of change today, we'll probably use it to buy the materials to make our own homemade Taco Bell, which we are getting very good at. Right? And... But it's the thing I've been talking about. It's like, so long as you know, 1, I'm not fishing when we have these conversations, and 2, like, you know, right now, I need money for rent. I need money for groceries every week.
Will, you're being dramatic. We're just talking about food.
No, because I know what they're like. I'll say something like, man, I haven't had X in a while. I fucking love X. And then someone will be like, here you go, Will. And then I feel guilty that I have to spend that on, like, soap and shampoo or something, you know? The best double-decker sandwich is the one you craft yourself. I am very skilled in the sandwich. Like, it's got to be a good sarnie to rate on my radar. Oh, good shout, Jamami. Good shout. That's the most gremlin you've sounded. We have a bag and a half of chicken tendies and either tots or fries, depending on our enthusiasm. So we are set. We've got the good tendies as well. And XO, you know what? There is a part of me that kind of misses the fucking terrible cheeseburger from the, not from the Chippy, but from the everything place. You know what I mean?
Was it scrubby?
Fuck it, I wish you'd never. Little Fire learned the word scrummy and has weaponized it like fucking SARS. Oh yeah. I mean, XO, most of the kebabs are pretty fucking terrible, but they just, oh, when they hit, you know? I will say, New Zealand kebabs were fucking brilliant though. That was a special one. Like, as I used to say, getting kebabs there that taste like they should when you're drunk. Fuck. Right, that was something special. I miss Beth something fierce. Come on. Fuck this puzzle. Fuck my brain. No, I do miss, like, hitting, for those of you who haven't heard me talk about it, Beth's is a 24-hour diner here in Seattle. It used to be very, very good. It's very kind of like punky. Every one of the walls is covered with people's like crayon drawings and stuff. It's real cool. Little Fire and I went last packs and it was bad. Broke my heart. Exodus, the last one I went to was a Dick's Last Resort. Like the clothing good still. Nah. But I ironically like Dick, so you know, not only is it affordable, but I think it's bloody good. No, I mean, Dustin, from when you went to Dick's to the last time I went, it changed. Apparently it changed owners and everything was very, very different. What are you scheming over there? Okay, okay. Just realised I'm supposed to probably use this with the ice to climb one up. I've never really been one for roller coasters. I'm not against them by any means, I just don't find them to have the whoop whoop of it all. What am I doing here? Take your wop wop somewhere else, sir. I am not purchasing. No, man. Tiny little schemes, yeah. Bill Fire says, I hate heights, but from the front run of roller coaster, I'm good. Huh. No, it's just they're kind of meh. I don't know. There's a few certain points of roller coasters and whatnot. I don't know. I like the idea of some of those like LARP theme parks that never really took off. Like if I'd had money, you better fucking believe I would have been one of those like dorks at the Star Wars LARP hotel. Oh, Exo, Jammy. I mean, okay, so Favor 6 has worked the roller coaster scene in the UK, and while I make a lot of jokes about Chessington World of Adventures, like Alden Towers was a pretty good time. I shouldn't shit on it, and I don't have like beef or anything with it. It was just, I don't know. We should do the front row at Shrieker in Busch Gardens. It's the strip joint.
No, it's roller coaster. Look up.
It's called Shrieker.
It's Secra.
That's even worse. Welcome onto the stage, Shikra.
No, so it's the roller coaster that like it takes you up, and then right as it dips you when you're gonna go down, it stops you, and you just sit there for a bit, and then it drops you.
I mean, how is it compared to the roller coaster where you get to control the flaps and that one woman has worked out how to spin at high speeds?
I'm not doing that. That sounds terrifying. Jesus Christ.
Well, so Scotty, I find Ren Fairs super weird because a Ren Fair is a LARP, but you're not allowed to attack people. I would worry if I decided to start, like, you know, going to Ren Fairs on the regs here, because I'll get 3 meads deep and fight somebody. Get a fucking Thursday knife under my armor. Sorry, that was a lot of LARPisms in a very quick, short space of time there. the LARP I used to go to, Thursday is just for setup. You know, no in-character stuff, no nothing. You go, you set your tent. So Thursday knives are literal knives. Find a character you can play in a straitjacket. But yeah, I do love a good LARP. I haven't been to one since post the plague, so. Do 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 do. Exo says, the past 4 months we catching my mates in Britain, because 10 years in the US is a long time. You don't say. Honestly, you've missed a whole... Well, I mean, I'm definitely homesick, but I don't know. There's a lot about it I don't miss, I'll say that for free. So I think what I'm supposed to do is create 2 fuses, one shorter than the other, like that. Oh, now it doesn't catch the other bit on fire? This is fucking bullshit. Today's episode, Will Overguard loses his tiny mind. Sorry, I see a message from a certain someone that just says, chunky. My brain is immediately, I like them big. I like them chunky. You could crochet your own fat Pikachu.
Yes.
Arts and crafts day, let's go. I haven't done arts and crafts in so long. Exo says, I miss proper pub culture. There's a lot of friends back in the UK that know this. I will say that Tool Academy has not reinvigorated my need to spend time in the average British pub. I say that because, like, I was having to explain to Little Fire, like, the defensive accent. Like, a lot of people in the UK have to develop basically like a faux lad-laden accent, so they don't get the shit kicked out of you in a shitey pub. You know, I do like the fact that I can sit up at the bar in a place around here and end up getting in exactly the right amount of conversation. Yeah. I mean, Jemami, like, growing up, we drank in very, very specific pubs because we knew we would be fine. But... well, so EXO, obviously, don't dox yourself, but, like, whereabouts are you hanging at the moment? Because the thing is, like... I find myself thinking, like, certain parts of London and the ilk probably still fine. Yorkshire? Ah, that's understandable. Jemima was saying where I'm from is pretty queer friendly, but where my dad's from, not so much. Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons why I love Seattle is basically tiny bright. Seattle is just gigantic bright. Or perhaps for the Americans here, it's better to say that Brighton is like, yeah, tiny Seattle. Alright, now if I time this right. Oh, there we go. I swear to fuck. Fall off and end up having to do this again. This kid's gonna get much worse than radiation sickness. Because, yeah, like, I grew up, well, near Petworth, if that means anything to you. I grew up West Sussex. So, not queer-friendly at all. But Chichester was pretty fine, because, you know, there's a lot of drama kids and shit around there. Brighton's great. Seattle is Brighton. If Brighton was a Pokemon that you forced to evolve by hitting it with a coffee stone, that's not a bad shout. Manchester, God, I don't know if I've spent any time, like a hot second there. I really like Newcastle. Newcastle and Leeds do not get enough. Exo says, Yorkshire's pretty queer friendly. Yeah, I guess any of the big uni towns. You know, like a lot of people, I was still under the impression that Hull was going to be a shithole. No, Hull's great. I mean, it's just a university town. London's a big melting pot, so you're usually fine, except from the, you know, if you go to a Spoons in kind of the rougher places, then maybe not so much a good time. But that was the thing about this fucking Tool Academy show, was a reminder of how the UK used to be for anybody even vaguely queer. You know. Sorry, just to give you all context. So, Nova found this show, and the show is called Tool Academy. It's a reality show where a bunch of lasses enroll their boyfriends for being massive fucking tools. Apparently it's been very, very successful in the US, but the original 3 seasons of the UK version are kind of considered lost media. The original season has been uploaded to YouTube, but there's no information about it. I guess because the American one overtook it. But the thing is, it's entirely based on like 2000s lad culture. The way they trick these blokes into doing it is they tell them that they're trying out for Britain's ultimate lad. And so it is not. So you can imagine what. Oh! 11 children dead! Blah, blah, blah. A child was shot in the head! Well, electrocuted in the neck. So episode 1 is just lad culture on lad culture. And the show was filmed in like 2011, but it's peak 2000s style of lads, because that's what they've pulled from. And, you know, at a time when the worst thing anyone could be was just a little bit effeminate. One guy literally gets, like, kicked out because, you know, one guy gets kicked out in that old meme style of, you know, lads, is it gay to wash yourself in the shower? Like, and the amount of, like, homophobia is just... Oh. Tool Academy was a great reminder of where I was growing up and how far I have moved away from there. Which is why I'm so annoyed that I've unironically said Kushti twice. So Jamami said York is lovely for bit Tory. God, I see that's the thing. I moved out here 2018, 2019? Yeah, 2018.
No, it's the little guy.
Okay, that's not good at all. Okay, I get it though. So we get the little guy to hide in the snow. Then we tap that, and then we get him to go hit the thing. Yeah, special forces, let's go. Oh. Fuck off. So caffeine, water, and welcome, and reflective with. I must admit, I do have a distinct fear of the Iliad and the Odyssey. I don't know if it's enough to call me a homophobic, but I'm working on it. Literally. Fucking hell. Reflective. Welcome back. And thank you again. The mech game you sent across is one I've wanted to pick up, and I have forgotten on several occasions. So, thank you. But yeah. I haven't been back to the UK since I moved out here. So I am by no means a bastion on what's a good spot to spend time in and what have you. You know, like some folks have genuinely asked me, like, you know, oh, Will, you know, what do you recommend going to go see and shit like that? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. All the places in London that I've been to might as well be a completely different setup. Okay, that didn't work. I didn't mean to get him tased.
Right.
Child dies, and I'm like, whap whap. Little thing dies, and I'm like, no. But yeah, like I haven't been back to the UK in so long. I wouldn't even know where to start. You know, there's the big stuff in London. You know, the stuff that will kind of always be there. But that doesn't. I will admit, though, the Horsham Facebook page showed up on my feed the other day, and I'm now back to following it. Why? Why fucking not? Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And those who do not know the dead parrot never drank at it. We should be able to reprogram those guys. Use them for murder. Scotty has a literal museum of poo. What? Manchester has a living frog exhibit? Oh, that's cool. I did get to go to see the Shahuli stuff here, which was really nice. But I have not been to the Mopop in a million years, which is... The Mopop is fucking cool. Oh, it's going to make more coffee time soon, I reckon. I have seen the Mopop's indie game exhibit, and it's interesting because, like, when it was set up, it was such a revolutionary thing, and now it's kind of like, it's almost like a, oh, you didn't know those indie games? Which I think is kind of funny. Like, oh yes, Dice, I saw you got tickets to the Pokemon fossil exhibit. That's gonna be fucking cool. Oh, Bradford, there's a name I haven't heard in a while. I'm still sore about the whole Guildford Games Festival on Steam. No one else cared except for me. This is the exhibition of the best games that Guildford has to offer. Those studios aren't in Guildford! Fuck off! You don't get to claim that. That matters to no one except me. Aww. Dice, that'll be heckin' cool. That'll be heckin' cool. Oh, okay, I get it now. I think I'm supposed to be on that. Thing's coming back up looking like a fucking cat. Shit. Oh, that's way cool. Fearless said when the Mopop finished before it opened, they had a party for the crew. Fearless attended with their sister wearing their dad's crew t-shirt. Security guys side-eyed, but they managed to sneak in. Yeah. Could use the... There we go. No, we're not counting little creature deaths. I don't need that on my conscience. Further down into the basements. Whew. All right, well, Fearless, I don't know if that sounds worrying or awesome, but I hope it's the latter. Have a good time and see you later. Oh yeah, Scotty says it's always worth keeping one complete uniform from a former place of work. You never know, it might come in handy. You should always own a high-vis vest. High-vis vest, a clipboard. In fairness, Nova, I probably actually need to keep moving around. Yeah, caffeine, you get it. Little Fire and I were talking about this the other day of like jobs we would love to have in a different timeline. I would love to do pen testing. Just be paid to break into places in the middle of the day. Oh, that would be fucking cool. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's 5. There we go. Boosh, boosh, boosh. You know what? I'll go for a... When it hits 5, I'll make my next coffee. But yeah, the bit in Better Call Saul... actually, I think it's Breaking Bad, not Better Call Saul. But where Mike just walks into a place with a badge and does such a good job as to even end up signing the fucking birthday card for one of the staff. Maybe 5 o'clock was the friends we made along the way. Excuse me, mate. Do you want a fucking glowing rock? The robot is here. Disappointed. Scotty says, you could set a phone cable exchange for hours in the UK with a fake high-vis and set yourself up with free cable. Yeah, if you knew what you were doing. Okay, so we can't come with the little guy. The amount of times this child has not been destroyed by expensive machinery. Oh, shiny crystal. Shiny crystal with an implication that our little guy has a powerful power supply. Oh. You know, I said I stuck into a friend's work party once. Almost got offered a drink from one of the managers. Not bad. I mean, I've snuck into weddings. Oh, I crashed an architectural graduation party once. That was pretty cool. Those guys had bank as well. What do you mean, how's the keyboards? What do you mean? What do you mean? God damn it. Alright, you win this round over, I checked. I was like, no, you haven't got me that in ages. I checked. I'll wham yourself. It all happened to you too. Mildly horrifying, but I think I know what we're doing. Okay, yes. Okay, whew. Video games. Okay. It is coffee time. Again, friends, I apologize for the repeated breaks. I'm so exhausted today, but the thing is, this game is lovely. What it is that because I played the original, loved it, playing this one, and it's like soaking in a nice little tub. Like I start playing this and I'm working it out, and it's like, this would be a beautiful chill game for when one is trying to stay awake, and not for when one is not trying to stay awake. Yeah, the detail where it's paying attention to stuff. I wonder. We're supposed to like pull the rock out from there and what have you. Does anyone want a cup of tea, cup of coffee? Do you want a cup of tea, cup of coffee? You do some tea? Alright, I'll pop the kettle on. Okay. You know what I want, oh God! It was here. It was here, and it went. Did the Ocean Horn series get another game? Did it? I guess Ocean Horn Chronicled Dungeon. Ooh. It's not going down very well, though. Oh, excuse me. All right. Coffee. Coffee. And then we continue. Oh. I have coffee. I have shed my Longshipian battle hoodie, and we are ready to fight puzzles wholesale. Ooh, okay. Right. There we go. Okay. Okay, child, work with me here. Ah, so I was like, XO, I was thinking like, why isn't that something that's on my radar? Because it's an Apple exclusive, and the thing is, it's not that the Apple Store isn't part of the ecosystem. It's just that there's no real, you don't really need to know what's doing well on the Apple Store, right? Because the big titles are the ones that spend money, right? Like you can absolutely spend enough money that everyone sees your iOS game. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. I don't think there's been any game news since last week. Oi! Oh, you bastard. I entirely understand where we're going with this. Well, yeah, XO, and fair. Like, it's a subscription service onto an already heavily monetized part of the industry. And it's partially Apple's fault that people don't want to pay for premium games on phones. Like, there's another timeline where premium games on phones did well. And I often wonder what that space would have looked like, you know? Famously, when the Final Fantasy remasters were released for iOS, and they were good, and Square Enix was like, alright, we're going to price these competitively. Like, if you bought this remaster of Final Fantasy 1 on Steam, it would cost you $10. So we're going to charge $10 for it. It was like they had personally, you know, spat in the face of every phone user. Yeah, I do wonder how Monument Valley makes its money. Like, is it just they got lucky as one of those early ones? I wonder. You all have PCs, don't you? But also, like, the whole mobile gaming scene, those folks aren't really a scene per se, right? Like, there aren't. It was fascinating that when mobile games started to come into their own, loads of people tried to set up, like, you know, pocket gaming websites, mobile gaming websites, and they didn't take. Now, I don't know if any have popped up since then. I know what tends to happen. Oh, excuse me. I know what tends to happen is that if a mobile game spikes in popularity, there'll be content creators around it, or the big people will pay content creators. But there isn't like a journalistic scene around what's hot and what's happening in more buggy. Yeah, well, XO, Alba was also on PC first. We did a stream of that. I don't know what to do with this puzzle. Oh, there we go. There we go. Little bit of cheeky fuse work and jobs are good. Good at maths. The other one where you were fixing things, oh, I know the one. You're kind of on like a traveling holiday, just going around fixing stuff. That one was really cool. Like, there are some games that port really well to mobile. But I mean, you know what I mean. Aeon says, have you heard anything about the Subnautica MOBAs? What? Are we still making MOBAs? No. A Subnautica MOBA. Oh, do you mean Subnautica Mobage? Mobage. Subnautica is... Damn, it's $10 and rated very highly. Well, okay. Ratings of mobile games are always a bit screwy. I don't know if we're officially supposed to acknowledge the amount of Jackie Watto and welcome. Yeah, I don't know if we're supposed to officially acknowledge any of the nonsense, like in terms of how review supports and whatnot. Oh yeah, no, and like Sayonara Wild Hearts was great on. There are a bunch of games that worked really good, but like you can't launch a premium game as your main thing on mobile in the same way that you can on Steam and other places, you know. Sayonara Wild Hearts and Subnautica both had, you know, following and coverage and all sorts. Monument Valley's pretty cool, but like even Final Fantasy couldn't make a lot of that work.
Stop that incessant clicking.
There he is. He may or may not have done it all for the nookie. Jackie, heckin' thank you. Hang on, I need to check something. Yep. As of today, Sir Fred Durstington has been a Longship member for 2 years. Your longest streak of chaos. It is. No. Okay, I think I'm supposed to be controlling this like platform, but I can't seem to get, you know, control of it. think something's broken. Or let's say, I think I broke something. Yeah, little guy's not working, so... Bye, kid! Well, he's not going to be in Spy Kids 3. Gideon says apparently his account is suspended. What? No. Sorry, I clicked yours for a second there. I was like, you're not suspended. I can see you typing. Okay. Yeah, with his 3 followers, something tells me he's never packed a chainsaw in his life. Look, it's not my fault that occasionally you say, alright, with the exact same cadence as chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water. That's not on me. I didn't do that to you. But look, I've said this before, I'll say it again. He was the dad in I Saw the TV Glow, and that wins him so many points. Next Silent Hill game is being published by Annapurna? Hang on, that doesn't sound right. Oh. Okay, I'm about to do it now. But then what's Konami's hand in all of this? You know? Konami and Annapurna Interactive. Wild. And whoever Screenburn are, this is their first title listed. Though I wouldn't go so far as to put Annapurna on a pedestal, because a couple years back they kind of got a little bit shaky. At least Evolver still exists. No! It took me so long. Yeah. And for all my worries about like what's going to happen to Devolver since they've turned Since they become publicly traded, they're still going. Oh, so screen burn was previously no code who made observation. You know what? That sounds right. It all kind of blends after a while. That's the problem. Oh, all right, we're not going that far. My sleepy ass can only remember so much. Okay. Yeah, it was, I want to say, more than a little odd how that last Devolver Digital was handled. But that being said, Ball X Pit was not only very, very good, but also did incredibly well. In one jump, we went from Planet of Lana II to fucking Happy Wheels. Ah, did we lose our little... Okay, there we go. So that was 12 and 13 child deaths. That unresponsive crunch on the last one was pretty brutal, I won't lie. This coffee's not cutting the mustard.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Alright. Alright. I'm going to forget about that until the credits hit. I feel like I was able to climb up on top of that thing before. Am I going crazy? Crazier? What can I say, Verdant? I can watch kids fall off bikes all day.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Alright, simple chaos with the lightly fried fish fillets. Now here's the question, who's going to get set up for the Jarl? Because simple chaos, you've had it for a while, and you used yours very succinctly, which was no stalling. And sorry, XO, Gideon, I apologise. Like, I love talking about publishers and how they affect stuff, and you're bringing me grade A banter, and here I am being a sleep-deprived fucking potato. Like, thank you, alright? Yeah, and Gideon, I'm doing my best here. And because the thing is, the game is good, like, you know, sometimes. The relaxing nature of some of the bangers can cause sleepy times. Hey, I mean, Gideon, that's the deal, right? You lot throw in cash and money, and I'm here for you. You know, I'm here for banter, I'm here for talking about video gamey stuff, sometimes talking about fucking what orders we'd get from the bloody chippy. I will say, trying to explain the everything takeout place or takeaway place to Little Fire was fun, and I'm like, because we were looking at places in the UK, and Little Fire spotted a place that was like, you know, burgers, wings, pizza, and kebabs, and asking quite rightly, how can it be all of those? Why isn't it just one thing? And it's like, well, this comes from a dark place. Ah! Okay, that's a nightmare creature. Maybe it is secretly Rainworld. Oh, these big bastards are going to make us work for it. Yeah, apart from that they do everything, there's nothing of note. The burgers, despite there being no like franchise to them, the burgers will be exactly the same. The pizzas will be varying levels of disappointing. Okay, you gotta learn how to do a roll. Yeah, and so you get that one burger that isn't the same, but it gets a new owner, and it's the same as the other places. Yup. Like, I know why British everything places fries are always so good, because they fry them in whatever fats and oils are left over from everything else they've been cooking. Healthy? God, no. Delicious? You better fucking believe it. Oh, shit.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fuck off. no! To whichever of you anonymous bad words managed to promote Will's Indicool. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you all, even if it's for being chaotic or what have you. Like, it keeps this place going. But in the same breath, thank you guys. But yeah, so the chicken shops are also another weird one to explain. Because they both are and aren't a franchise, and they both are and aren't identical in all of those places. Well, thankfully that Jarl isn't real. Otherwise I have to worry about their Jarlish decree. Ah, yes. German for Will's skin is the cold. I still... It's amazing the stories that stay with you, right? I still think about the tales of Kelsey Grammer. About how he was very much a, well, functioning alcoholic throughout a large proportion of his career. But for whatever reason, be it professionalism, skill, or otherwise, he was always able to keep his shit together. People always say that as soon as
Hey,
they
this
hit
triggered
action,
Viking
it's a different
64
person.
cat heart.
I always thought that was funny because he's an actor. Oh yeah, Lee, that's so weird. Didn't in fact trigger. Seriously, Yeti, thank you for 32 months. I'm a little incohesive and a little sleepy. I'm doing good. How are you? Oh, that's lovely to hear. You can only sit in a bar as an actor for so long. Do you know what's super weird? I was thinking about it the other day, and I cannot remember a single quote or skit from Cheers. But I can absolutely remember the skit from Adventure Time where Simon pretends to do an episode of Cheers to make Marceline feel better. Is that odd? You know what? I'm gonna take that as a compliment. you all are still hanging out with me, even though I'm glassy-eyed and a glassy-eyed, sleep-deprived mess. But I do think about, like, whenever people are talking about, like, third spaces and how Cheers is kind of the platonic ideal of that. Holy fuck! What the fuck? Hey, Restless Roots, Watto and welcome. How's the Worms competitive scene treating you? You know what is a crime? Is that multiple times you've mentioned that you've been playing Worms. I never asked you your team name. So, sorry, Restless Roots, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. I am very sleep deprived, but I'm doing good. Over here we're playing Planet of Lana II, which is just lovely. Like, if you already know if you played the first one, you already know what you're getting, and it's good. Oh, Tactical Breach Wizards this evening. Ah, yes. Oh, that's worrying. Oh, that's fine, it's fine. But, you know, I feel like Worms team naming is where the good puns come out. I think... Oh, I was rocking Red Dwarf, wasn't I? Oh! Ha! 14 dead children! Blah, blah, blah. But anyway, thank you for bringing the raid in. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so which robots we can hack is limited. Alright. That's a good shout. Star Trek Captains is a good naming scheme. Well, so virtually, the reason why I was thinking of like Cheers as being kind of like the platonic ideal. Did we just die? Ha-ha! Fuck you guys. It's because, you know, obviously it was during the 80s when, you know, sitting in the bar and drinking all night, and then you'd put you put like a note and a few coins on, and that's also with tip. Like, don't get me wrong, I love going to a bar and just, you know, being either just sitting and reading a book or like nattering with folks. But even drinking well. Okay, hey, Restless Roots, that's way cool. But, you know, if you ever need a squad of people who are great at busting out some terrible puns, you know we got you. Anyway, look, I said it yesterday. I'll try and say it more coherently. But cheers for all the raids you bring in, alright? I really appreciate it. Oh, cool. Going underwater. Oh, God. Exo, I'm pretty sure if the last Worms game you played was Worms 3D, I'm pretty sure you can seek compensation. Alright, does anyone want to start like a countdown to shark? So I'm not confident. I'm not confident we are dealing with a shark-free scenario. No, last Worms game I played, I think was me and Ben playing some good old Amiga stylings. If not the Amiga one, then it was definitely the last time we did Worms Armageddon as a group. It is interesting that they haven't considered doing essentially a Worms the Definitive Edition. Because like Armageddon's my personal favourite because of the classics. It has the most make it like how you want, but it still feels like classic Worms. Seems worrying. Oh, is this to bring our little friend with us? That's cool. Jesus. Sorry, Exo said they found Blinks the Time Sweeper and its sequel. God. You speak old magics that have been lost to most. God, last time I did that was when Little Fire fell asleep on me. And I didn't want to move and wake her up, so I went through some of the classics on the PlayStation. That was a Legend of Matt Hazard session. Which, by the way, my memory has been so kind to that game. Eat Lead, The Legend of Matt Hazard is a dogshit game. And considering how, what's his name, Will Arnett actually is a phenomenal voice actor and a phenomenal performer, the fact that it's so bad is a crime. Yeah, I mean, Simple Chaos, the age at which you play that kind of stuff, I certainly Ubisoft fucked up me making 13. They always think they know best. Okay, I take that back. Gonna do my usual whale song joke, and now I don't want to because that's very deep water. Yeah. The irony being is that right now, I mean, I don't think Ubisoft have the money to do it, but right now there are so many incredible teams out of work who would, you know, absolutely give it their all and positively, you know, positively cack themselves the chance to do a remake of a classic like 13. You know what, if we're just having kind of like, you know, an old folks home style fogey complain about video games moment. Suda51. Was it Suda? Or was it Gross? Oh. Was it Sweary? Anyway, Grasshopper helps set up Gung-Ho with Let It Die. And the first one is brilliant and creative and awesome. And they co-devved it with another... Well, okay. Maybe co-dev's the wrong idea, but they put it together. Oh, poor little guy. He doesn't like being underwater for too long. I mean, then again, neither do I. Like, they set him up for success, and then Gung-Ho made 2 Let It Die sequels that were both hot fucking dog shit. Like, the music, the style, the everything, the blueprint of how to do a Let It Die was all there. And it's always frustrating because, like, oof. Like, Let It Die Inferno has not done good. I mean, 600 reviews on Steam would be great, but it's 600 reviews on Steam, none of them very, very positive. For a game that costs $25 base, but not counting all the microtransactions and stuff with it. I mean, Let It Die Inferno has now lasted longer than quite a few high-profile games, but I was just so annoyed. Sorry, just if we were having us a tiny bitch about it. Yeah, well, that's the thing, EXO. So Let It Die, the first one, is a free-to-play game. You can play it now. It is wildly creative and fun. Yeah, nah. I get it, you're trying to show me the puzzle we have to do, but I'm going to float on the surface and complain about Let It Die. Let It Die was the original title song from Frozen before Disney got cold feet. Shall we talk about High Guard? I mean, EXO, I think we should ask the rest of the squad. So basically, High Guard's been kind of like my topic of conversation for the last, like, I guess, couple of days. You know, there was no... Alright, kid, come on. We're in the scary place now. Like, they have announced High Guard is dead, and that they didn't get enough users within the time frame. But the time frame... Oh, that's death. It seems like this topic has been beaten to death now, much like High Guard. Like, and I'm not happy it's dead, right? Like, there are a lot of very, very talented folks who are now out of work and will be having a very bad time. And I feel for them, I really do. it's just like these conversations we're having about, you know, remasters and reworkings and whatnot. There are so many games that it would not be difficult to do more interesting, cool shit with. You know? High Guard could have done well. But you know what it should have been? Free. It should have been... Oh, getting another fish. Sorry. From a business standpoint, High Guard should have been available to fuck about with in a free beta or what have you from the moment it was announced, which is what they were going to do, but then they got cold feet. So they half in, half... Ooh. It's working?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Up dog.
I didn't hear the whole thing.
Fuck.
Up top. Yeah.
This is wild. Sorry. In the background, Little Fire's working on it's going to need a name, you know.
What, the ring?
Yeah, because these are named after the mechs from Evangelion. Because I'm a fucking nerd. But you built that.
I am brought him back from the dead.
Yeah. You've seen a zombie robot? A zombot? But no, so it's that thing of business decisions in video games affect the creative and therefore should be treated creatively. Franklin Niall Stein would make an apt name. But yeah, the things with like Skull and Bones going through so many fucking stupid reiterations and changes, you know, with our theories now very much confirmed that Skull and Bones was supposed to be like a co-op or multiplayer Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which is what we all wanted. Excuse me? What the fuck? Oh, this kid's not gonna make it. Nah, that's 15. Drowned child. Oh, that's cool. Because I solved the puzzle, it put my checkpoint on the other side. Thank you, game. What is this up dog you speak of? Little Fire's managed to get Yap Yap running on it, which is pretty fucking good. But yeah, no, so jumping back, like, it's very frustrating because we're seeing the business side fucking up, not the creative side. Like, look, so the TLDR from our conversations was that the High Guard marketing was pee-pee poo-poo. It was a very confusing concept to launch as just a baseline. But when we look at stuff like Deadlock, it's not that users are against complicated games, it's just they needed more. Man, this kid works out. I do appreciate that the little guy doesn't like water. It's like, me too, little guy, me too. Effective. With sharks, it's movement. If this was a first-person game, that would freak me the fuck out. But it's not quite enough to proc shark fear. But yeah, so like that's the thing that's very, very frustrating right now. And look, I understand the quality threshold is high, but so here's like, so Highguard had no plan for what if the game didn't have 1 million users off the bat. There was no plan for that. And so all the creative folks who quit stable jobs to go work on Highguard, what happens to them? Oh, right, nothing. Sorry, nothing good. They lose their jobs because the guys who were supposed to be good at business were shit at business. And I'm angry about it. You know, the Game Awards release was fucking stupid. Because the thing is, we're seeing Deadlock doing really well. And Deadlock's not even charging. Deadlock's not even making money yet. And all they're going to have to do is be like, alright, Deadlock's open. Here's 1 skin for every character. Oh, what's that? $1 squillion. Okay. Do I think Marathon is going to do well? No. That is to say, I do not think that it's going to hit Sony's standard, and or I think Sony want Bungie to either be a Destiny only, well, what's left of the remnants of Bungie before they're completely broken up. I think Sony want them either to just be a Destiny house or just be a Marathon house, or kill both. The big Japanese players are, well, I should say also the Chinese players are removing American studios from under their umbrella as best they can, so that if things get worse over here, they can just be like, nope. That's my thing, Kakazi. Like, already Marathon is more visually creative than a lot of other games, and it's got Bungie's signature, we know how to make it shoot, gun, bang good. Alright, what's not to like? We're going to play it on Saturday as well, if anybody wants to join for just some... we'll be off comms using pings, which I know is not how a lot of people like to feck about with this stuff, but... This kid is very brave. Hey kid, do you know what do you know about crush depth? Oh, I do not like this. Neither does this kid. He is not going to make it. Oh. Sorry, kids. Now that's like Rain World. 15. But yeah, my current theory is that Sony do not want to be spending too much money on American studios, right? The fact that they pitted the Marathon Server Slam up against the, I keep calling it Horizon Zero Dauntless because it makes me laugh, but the multiplayer Horizon game that they're working on. Here's the thing, it's hard to know with them. Are Sony being incompetent, or are the different departments fighting, which seems to be quite evident from today's news, or, like a lot of people, are they just getting rid of their US stuff? Sorry, and please forgive me if I'm repeating myself. What we saw with, I believe it's NetEase, is they've either sold or shuttered everything in North America. So a lot of people were celebrating like, such and such company has bought itself independent. I'm like, that's weird. Look who owned it, and I was like, is it Insomniac that's working on Wolverine? Because that might be why they're letting them... Damn, that little guy can jump. Just because, from what I saw of the project, Insomniac's Wolverine is very close to MCU Wolverine. But also, there have been some big missteps with handling of the Marvel IP stuff. For example, the Avengers game. Not good. Well, okay, it was mid, and it wasn't what people wanted. Yeah. Well, it's Sojourners, and I think they're past the... I think they're past the threshold of being able to cut it. Yeah, EXO, they've got it down pat with the Spider-Man games. So, sorry, I'm kind of talking about like 5 points at once. So basically, my current theory is that the Japanese studios and a lot of the international studios outside of the US, I shouldn't say international outside of the US, the non-US studios are getting ready to basically cut their losses and consider this a barren wasteland. But obviously there are some contractual things that they need to have or cannot get rid of, and there is some stuff they feel still has value. You know, the MCU makes bank, and it makes bank internationally, not just in, you know, North America. Exo says, after winning Game of the Year, anyway, Sony's getting ready. Astrobot. I'm not saying this to be devil's advocate or a dick. It's just nothing is safe. Because think about how long it's going to be until there is another Astrobot. And how much did Astrobot make versus how much it'll cost to keep that studio running in North America. You know, and I'm not saying they should. You know. Yes, DJ Coyle, that's an incredibly good point. That the biggest the biggest indicator of how garbage the Avengers game was is how Marvel Rivals has been doing great. Those characters, people want to play as them, and they are fine playing as them in multiplayer formats and whatnot. But that Avengers game missed the mark so hard. Team Asabai is Japanese. Oh, EXO, thank you. You know what it is? It's because they had one of the they had one of either the US or European blokes collect the awards for them. Thank you. All right, well, they're fine. See, it's not about, like, you know, judging the projects and the titles. It's about regions and markets. Japan is about to become, well, I would say at this point is the #1 producer of, like, big quality class single player games. China produces all the multiplayer games. For everything else, we've got, you know, Europe and the remnants of the US. Sorry, we've got Europe, Canada, and the remnants of the US, right? But, like, we're not going to be seeing huge AAA single-player games coming out of the US, and if we do, they will be far and few between, and they will be high-prestige stuff. You know, no one can step to China for production of assets in a multiplayer game. Sorry, and again, I should say the Chinese games industry. No one can step to them. And I'm not saying they do it through good means or otherwise, but into deep water now. Oh, okay. Please be a whale and not a whale shark. Ugh. Okay, not a fan. Not a fan. Got that deep water, that dark water. You no go. Glass shark, he eat you up. He make you a snack. He eat your brother, glass shark. And again, XO, I'm not trying to be Captain Contrarian. Final Fantasy XIV is a brilliant phenomenon, all right? But what constitutes as an MMO, right? From a business standpoint and from a consumer standpoint is very different. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is a huge game with a large player base. And as we saw, Final Fantasy XI has been doing so well, they're spooling up extra servers, which is wonderful. But they ain't the big player for online games, you know. Essentially, Hoyoverse for... Well, and again, Roblox is in the Roblox business, right? What the fuck? Oh, they're fine, and mostly expendable. Don't worry, he died for the greater good. So yeah, but sorry, and XO, I love talking about this stuff. I apologize for being a bit more scramble-brained than usual. I'm trying to draw up a map of what the new games industries look like, right? You know, because Final Fantasy XIV is not competing with Genshin or Roblox. Steam and the titles that sell well on it are very much their own ecosystem, of which varying games have strengths. I haven't even fecked with Arknight's Enfield. There was the whole PayPal thing, and if my PayPal gets fucked, then I'm going to have a very, very bad day. Oh, I don't like how zoomed out this camera is. Oh, I don't like this at all. So yeah, when they had the PayPal... Oh, okay. Let's see if we can find the... Let's see if we can look into sabotaging that guy. It'd be very funny if we can just eject him into the water. Scotty, rules don't exist anymore. We stopped doing rules long ago. But, I mean, New Arknights does seem to be doing good. It's got a lot of, someone called it baby's first automation. And it fits, it fits. I realised a little while ago that I haven't gone back to Arknights in a very long time. For good or ill. You know, my little Gundam Mobley game's doing me pretty well. I haven't spent any cash on it. I logged in last night because I couldn't sleep, and they were like, "Hey, here's enough coins for 10 free pulls. Just have it." I'm like, "Oh, don't mind if I fucking do." Minnesota is a myth. So what I was talking about was that there was an issue with Arknight's Enfield interacting with PayPal that was causing some pretty serious issues and some very expensive snafus. Some accounts were getting locked due to suspected fraudulent behavior. Some others were getting, you know, locked up. As for, you know, rumors like a PayPal buyout and stuff like that, Scotty was saying they're not sure how the Monopolies Commission will feel about that, and I'm just like, the rules don't apply anymore. You know? DJ Corson, Genshin is somewhat unnervingly generous with its free pulls. Yeah. It's the thing, I'm trying not to just be an old curmudgeon. What are you enjoying in the free-to-play space that is genuinely bringing a smile to your little face? Tell me about that. Because like I said, I've got my little giant robots game. So I've got the SD Gundam Generation Too Many Words game, which I am enjoying. Oh, Scotty, I'm not even your don't pretend like I'm your first screen. Level with me here, people. For how many of you am I at least your third? Look, I'm okay with this. I understand my place in the hierarchy. I'm okay with that. Okay, I'm on a second for EXO. That's not bad. That's why I always celebrate it when everyone was like, you know, you're on the big telly. Like, oh shit, I'm on the big telly? That means I'm cool. Little Fire says, I keep turning off my screens, but I keep hearing you. You know, in your restless dreams, you'll still hear me. What ho, dickheads! I switched back and forth between tabs. Nah. Look, friend, as a person who has never ever consumed illegal substances ever in their life, there are worse things you can do to keep your mind quiet on bad days than have 3 screens. You know, you've got your game, you've got whatever you're watching, usually a dingus like myself, and then I don't know, little spot of the Mabagi on the side. Okay. Chona says, I'm on the side of the latest XCOM run because I need to not buy video games. So I'm going back to games I bought 10 years ago. Smart. I will say Twitch's, fuck me running. Steam's video game recommendations thing has been getting better. All four of our raid cards at work storage popped at the same time. I don't know if that's worse or better. No, it's worse for the kid. Because at least like you could do them all at once. Like, if everything's fucked, alright, bring the whole thing down. At least we don't have to fucking worry about it, but... No. Over there. 6 hours trying to data recover all of the drives. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, over here, like... as I said earlier, Little Fire's basically scratch-built a rig out of all the leftover parts we've had over the years. Oh, there we go. And it's coming together. Like, it's, last I saw it's actually running Yap Yap. Which I know that doesn't sound like a huge deal in the grand scheme of things, but... How the fuck are we gonna do this? But anyway, jumping back. Like I said, I've been genuinely enjoying my little, Gundam-y game. I do recommend it because there's enough game, and once you get into the rhythm of it, each campaign is a different Gundam series, which is fun. You don't need to spend cash on it. I know I should be encouraging. I should be in influencer mode. Here's how you can get the most out of your pulls. What was the one we came up with the other day? It's like, today on Philosopher's Gacha, we're going to be working out how to do the best pulls of fucking Voltaire. Oh, I know how we're going to do this. Oh, I fucked up. 16. That's 17 dead children. Pulling Socrates after 500 tries, yeah. You know, the next banner is going to be the Greek masters. Oh, and EXO, I'm so sorry. And you know, those are the kind of days when a little Mabage can keep you sane. Because I realised I was about to start talking about, like, with Genshin and stuff, like, their philosophy on a lot of how they're treating their performers and, you know, AI assets in the ilk. Oh, okay. 18. Apparently, the slightly adjust the crate button and the don't fucking die button are not the same. I could have made a dead child counter like a Silk Song. Nah, at least I liked Hornet. No, you know what? This kid isn't insufferable. Voltaire was last season's banner. It's Sun Tzu now, and if leaks are to be believed, it's a rework of Descartes. Yeah. The Therefore I Am Easter season was a weird crossover event. just gonna be interested to see what like summer skins we get. The Aristotle Mankini might be making a return. Alright, we get our own fucking submarine now. Fucking wee! Yeah, sorry little cat guy, you're about to hate this. Oh, God. Special ability, hold A. Sprint. Alright. And if anyone else is thinking of the epic rap battles of ancient history philosophers track, then congratulations, we are of similar mind. Yeah, but basically instead of getting a magical hacker, we get a strange magical hacking cat. You know, people are sleeping on the Russell Whitehead Wittgenstein combo play. It's weird they gave Sun Wukong based skin to Freud of all people instead of Sun Tzu, but hey, that's my own cross to bear, right? I got like 3 Nietzsche jokes, but I think they might take it a bit too far, so I'm gonna put those ones right in the fucking the chest of do not make. Oh. But yeah, like, you know, I haven't gotten the chance to really play it at all, but I've really been enjoying Arena Breakout, which is a free extraction shooter. Gives you enough shit that you don't really need to spend any cash on it, and it gives you enough free shit that if you get murked by somebody who's, you know, crazy good at the game, oh no, I lost my cool gun. Oh, I just rebought it. Brilliant. Nah, EXO, that was lost to me. But like 2008. Oh, that was just as I was losing my job at North One, so. Okay, it needs lightning to open up. Apparently just cracking it open with a huge piece of rebar, not actually the play. Yeah, so I guess we gotta hop out and do some good old-fashioned swimming. Like, I'm not fundamentally against like free-to-play stuff, and sorry, the reason I brought that up was just I realized I was getting into Will's being a massive fucking curmudgeon mode, which helps no one. Oh, I see. I'm gonna connect some circuits. I'm gonna do a little bit of science. Now, how does a circuit pass through a piece of rebar underwater and not shock the shit out of everybody like it's the lightning gun in Quake? Don't ask. Don't ask. Science not about why. Science is about why not. Cave Johnson said that. And nothing bad happened to him in the end. Yeah, superconductive rebar and anti-conductive water. Yeah, don't worry about it. I will say though, considering how well this child has broken into multiple facilities, can we please talk about the fact that if this kid was given a bandolier of grenades, this whole thing would have been solved already today? Yeah, why do you go and marry safe science if you love it so much? So it turns out, ground up moon rocks are poison. Oh, and we have an insulated lightning craft. Damn it. The problem is, Gideon, looking at my end, there's no hiccup. Which is a real pisser because that would be extremely funny. That's how you do the first, you know, Will Overguard DJ mix. And I've said, if people make Will remixes, I'll put them in Project Silverfish. Electric Clam is my 80s ABBA cover band. I'd go see Electric Clam. Oh, kid, you nearly got your legs crushed. Gideon, I am incoherent, inconsistent, and dyslexic. I am anti-AI. I am AI Bane. I have no... They could try to emulate me. They could try to emulate my nonsense. Oh. Do. Vegetables. Oh, that was an odd transition. I don't think I skipped anything there, but maybe I did. Or I'm losing my marbles. Oh, I don't like that. The game is reminding us what sprint is. Okay, so it should be corner divided by 3 dots equals. Oh wait, no. Divided by was right. Though I will say, I think it's just the sleep deprivation throwing the first thought to the front of my noggin. I can't help but think about that Black Mirror episode where it's robots creating robots to sell to robots because they were robots made to sell things. In a world of no consumers, they made consumers. Oh, DJ Coil, this is the full game. Came out today. And if it's not out today, then the embargo definitely dropped today. I mean, Verdant, essentially, what's so fucking funny about it is like there is no product, and it's like two groups of people definitely trying to sell the same thing to each other. You missed it, kid. Yeah, I was actually under the impression the game had come out today. Like, I emailed my press guy, I told him when I was streaming this. Oh, it's not out till tomorrow. Here I am with the fucking exclusive all day, just being like, la 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 la. No wonder the numbers have been so good today. Oh, I was feeling quite chuffed with that. But it's not a whoops, like, I told them when I was streaming it, it's within the embargo. And you'll know I'm very pro this game. So, fucking yo. This is fine. I mean, it's a really pretty game. It's very much like the first one, puzzles as a means of storytelling. None of the puzzles are violently complex or anything. I'm not an embargo breaker! Guido! I'm actually really careful because I know how much it shits it up if you have some dingus break embargo. Now, is that our little cat making noises, or are we about to get our shit wrecked by a giant sea monster? Because the thing is like, with embargoes, I don't know how the state of things are now, but it used to be like, if you had an exclusive, like an exclusive that people wanted, you know, you could message the big... Oh, I don't like that. You could message the big studios, so the big journo outlets, and you could say, hey, we're doing this cool thing. Do you want the exclusive on this? And they would go, yes. But the problem is, that can't be the only coverage, right? So let's just use IGN, for example, because I'm always down to bully them. Like, you don't just want to give the exclusive to IGN. So what else have you got? And if there isn't anything else, like, when can everybody else dive on it? Because you promised an exclusive. If you then take that back, or if you then gave the same stuff to other folks, well, it's not an exclusive then, and it's not like you get blacklisted, but yeah. I guess this was just a story beat. But let's say you want to get a bunch of cool YouTubers to make videos on it. They need at least 48 hours to a week's heads up. So you give them all code, but then with the proviso that you can make your videos, but you post nothing until day of or until day before. That way, your big IGN coverage story goes out, IGN feels warm and fluffy, and they're not mad. But then, if Davey Davison from Dave's fucking douchebag design doodles goes, oh, actually, I'm going to drop my thing a day early. No one will care. Yes, they will care. Because the person over at IGN, or IGN, if you're in the know, will be like, oi, what the fuck? You promised me this. Now, Dave's getting all the clicks. Oh, Simple Chaos. To be continued! And thank you. So that's where embargoes come in for... Sometimes you can do embargoes in different stuff. Sometimes it's just like when everybody can post. You know, it can get very confusing very quickly if it's not handled. IGN. IGN. What's on the Higgin? It's Mr. Higgin. So EXO, it depends. Usually there'll be a common embargo. Capcom hate doing it with story games because some dickhead always breaks embargo. And the problem with something like Resident Evil is, let's say Dave's Douchebag Designs is a real YouTube channel. Not a lot of traction. No one really gives a shit. He's a douchebag. His name's Dave. What do you need? So Dave's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go a week early and I'm going to post all the spoilers and all the content. You know, it's a scary time. Now, has Dave just burnt a bridge with every PR? Will his name be circulated on blacklists? Maybe. The games industry is very tiny and getting smaller. So yeah. But I was given a code for this. I was told the embargoes. I literally said to the lovely individual who sent me my key, I'm streaming it on Wednesday. So hopefully I don't have to send somebody like 15 apology points. Because that's a lot of points. Alright, I fucked up the puzzle here somehow. Or didn't find it. Yes, the smaller the list, also the easier it is to control the narrative. See, the dark side of PR is when you're using those powers to control what people can and can't say about your game. Which is not cool. But it's also worth noting that there aren't very many people left. You know, what we used to call the quote-unquote games media is pretty much gone. There's like 2 or 3 folks. Well, yeah, so that's the other thing is, with Sonic Boom, they did not send out any press codes ahead of time, which back in the day used to be a warning sign, which as we now know was definitely a warning sign. As Sonic Boom, the video game, was not good. Sorry, in my restless dreams, I've gotten myself fucking lost. But then, also, Bethesda don't do preview copies. Oh. Okay, I guess this is where I was going. And that's because they realise they don't need to. YouTubers tend to get the best return on investment for early code. It depends on the game, right? Right now, I would still recommend giving out more keys than not. This is one of the busiest marches for releases ever. So Planet of Lana II here, giving me a code and a bunch of other people, is pretty fucking smart. Are you kidding me? I did the puzzle! Why am I stupid? Because, yeah, this might have gotten lost in the noise. Right now, it's not about whether or not your game is good. It's about, can you get people to know about it? Can you get people to care? And can you get enough of them to care whilst everybody else is putting out their fucking A game? Marathon, Slay the Spire, a whole bunch of other games which I am blanking on, are all dropping like back to back to back to back. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, I've missed an underwater turning here because I'm losing me marbles. Yeah, Steam Next Fest was huge. I mean, XO, as much as I want to hate, like, the incremental scene is doing great, and the thing about the incremental scene is that those games sell. So, like, good on them. To focus on what's important to take away from the Steam Next Fest is, like, the quality of demos and titles was intense as fuck. And yeah, no, there were a lot of those, but those ones seem to have sunk, right? Like, a lot of people were talking about the amount of, you know, AI slot games in the initial lineup. And you know what? None of those made the cut. Oh, XO, I assume either we've already talked about it or you know the answer, but you've done Berry Burry Berry, right? Before I could even ask you. Sorry, yeah. Little Fire and I no life to that game for like 2 days, and it was brilliant. And it's an incredible example of what you can do in that space. Yeah, and the fun fact is, Gideon, is like, while those people can pay, they can pay Apple, they can pay and Google and stuff for placement on, you know, equivalent app stores and what have you. Steam Next Fest is entirely based on interest and wish lists, and also ignores count against them. Oh, fuck. I was bumping my little shit noggin in the ceiling. I actually did know which way I was going. Good at maths. Yeah, in Minnesota, it's so fucking funny, because me and Little Fire were going through them, and someone would be like, AI was used to make the story, the narrative, the voices, the art, the music, the assets, and the code. I was just yelling at the screen, so what did you actually fucking make then? Because if you can't be bothered to fucking make it, we're not going to be bothered to play it. And when there are 1,000 demos, you know, thank you for putting AI slop in your shit game, because now I don't have to consider it. I can just go, bam, dead. Bam, murdered. Easy peasy. Murder. Sorry. I don't think that should become my new catchphrase. That might be not very good. So Verdant said, if someone made it with AI, then why can't anyone just make a copy of it with AI? I mean, if any of it was good, they can. They absolutely can. But you'd have to make something good with it. And what's wild is loads of people, loads of projects, I should say, throughout Next Fest kept saying, like, no. We used AI to make all of the stuff in the game. But we don't have any live AI shite. Okay, what are we doing here, kid? But we don't have any live AI shite, you know, generating in the title. Because here's one I haven't spoken to you all about in a while because I wasn't going to give it any extra coverage. But Occupy White Walls is finally shutting down. Which, you know, not to be an arse, but fuck them. For those who don't know, so Occupy White Walls was a fascinating, like, non-combat online game where you make your own... Ooh, don't kill me. this kid should be super dead right now, where you make your own art gallery, and every person who comes to visit your art gallery generates money, but they are all actual people online. And the more you generate, the more you can buy other pieces of art and whatnot. It's really cool. They decided that they were going to go all in on AI slop generation. So instead of being gorgeous art galleries that you share with people, it was like tradable slop shop. And because of all the goodwill and money they generated from being an art-based MMO, they did have a surprising amount of stuff, but thankfully they finally put themselves in a little coffin and floated themselves down the river. Now obviously, like, I'm trying not to be too much that guy. It's just, you know, oh, it needs to be powered before I can hit the button. This is so safe. This is so safe. You know, the idea that they were going for this kind of... Oh, I get it. Yeah, undermining your own call to action is sure is a good way of losing your audience, right? And it feel... Okay, I've got an idea. Basically, I think each battery controls one of these two... There we go. Each one of these batteries controls the different arms. So that's how we can create like a nice little circuit there. Oh, tell you what though, friends. For the amount of coffee I've had today and water, I need to quickly nip to the loo. I'll be back with you all in just a second. Sorry about this. We're getting some really good banter there. I gotta pee. Hello, hello. So I've definitely got a little bit more in the tank to keep going. No. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
What's up, dude?
No. That might be a step too far.
What do you mean?
Googly eyes on my dad's urn.
So we can,
It's so weird.
you know.
I'll see how I feel about it. Okay, let's electrocute a small child. So we can keep an eye out for you. Fucking terrorists. Oh, right, yeah, we've got to swim under and get back to the cell. Okay. Oh, and I left the BRB need tea up. Yeah, you know what? The Rusty Lake team have put out nothing but bangers. Googly eyes for evil. Bodio's got eyebrow sockets now. Oh. But yeah, sorry, so jumping back, it was just, Occupy White Walls was such a wonderful celebration of art that was then replaced by a technology that says, actually get fucked, your art is worthless. And I can hear the whole Silicon Valley pitch of it, of them being like, no, it's the democratization of art. No, it's not, mate. No, it's fucking not. You stole as much art as you could to create a data set before... It's worrying me. Nope, that's worrying. The combination of the light fizzling and the zoom out of camera... Oh, I think I'm about to have a very bad time. Ugh. I took what was impossible to capture. I stole rapture. But like XO, like in an ideal world, a studio like, you know, the Rusty Lake team would be able to make more Rusty Lake games, and then also have enough cash that not only everybody's getting paid. Nope. Kid, you're getting way too blasé with this. You know what's a really good example of that? The Fallen London team. Fallen London is their big player, and then Sunless Seas and then Sunless Skies did really well. They definitely released at a non-crowded time, which was good. I often wonder like how Sunless Seas would fare now, and I don't know if people would give it a fair shake, which is kind of sad. But Oh, you absolute turd. But yeah, no, so that team, the next game they're making is a gloriously weird gardening game. And I refuse to use the word cozy. I'm not a cozy purist by any means. I just... Sorry, I'm not a cozy purist by any means. It's just, as a marketing term or as a descriptor for games, it's kind of lost a lot of all meaning. And yeah, see, XO, we were talking earlier about how, you know, Microsoft should be on a fucking winning streak right now. Oh, I'm losing power. Oh, this is how we die. No, poor little guy! Is this the bad fucking ending? And then this kid knows what decompression sickness is. Fuck! You died. No, little guy. No. J Pros pops head in. Oh, hey, I'm back. How's the dog doing? Dog's dead. Kid's dead. Dead. Here's the problem, friends. As great as this game is, I don't have much left in the tank. We're coming up on a 7-hour stream, which feels like a good innings. I'm so beat. I've made it through several waves of exhaustion. So I will be throwing you all over to Little Fire in just a bit. I'm just... oh. But it means, what happens to the little guy? I won't be able to tell you today. Like, maybe we can stick it in the schedule for next week.
Irma, Capitari. Nutriela.
Meno. Ulai loite.
Capitari.
Hold me, robot husband. XO's like, you play more of this. You have to. If you'll want to see it.
Lance is dead. I'm allegedly the same with caffeine as my neighbor. Somewhere in the void anyway.
Firstly, you're not dead. Stop telling people you're dead. But seriously, thank you for the bits. It's gonna be a scary month. Put the baby to sleep. Ah! I guess I'm supposed to play this kid some kind of weird Coco Lemon thing. For some reason, the game's not letting me use my Tase Electronics EMP attack, which is bullshit. Ah. There we go. Now I know how to charge my Ultra. I'm in for a week of talking about how Will killed the dog. I didn't kill the dog! This child had the great idea of borrowing a submarine and driving it into an old wreck. At this point, I'm surprised he didn't have a fucking Logitech controller.
To the owner of the cheese sandwich you left on the table. Yes, I ate it. No, I will not pay you back. Maybe I feel bad.
I mean, Akari, not my cheese, Sony. And seriously, thank you. Alright, thank you all. Get you a robo-pet with built-in cocoa melon. Obviously the dog's not dead. Actually, no. Gonna find out that, yeah, I actually unlocked the... Or maybe this is one of those things where it's like a copy protection. Like, I'm not supposed to be able to play it, so, it's like, oh, you played this early? Well, now watch the dog drown. Cocoa melon? This is a Bluey household. I don't know. What the fuck do I know about children? I know they have small hands that are perfect for operating dangerous machinery, and that's it. Oh, the little friends! Okay, that's cute. Look at all the little buddies! Little buddies. Oh, this is cool. So we're out in deep space. Oh, so our baby is special. All the other babies have to hang out in fucking the baby dorms. Well, from the first game, there's a really heart-wrenching scene of a decommissioned robot holding a child's skeleton. Obviously, as they were going down, there's one robot trying to protect a kid. But, you know, that was thousands of years in the past. Now here's me running around as a little teeny tiny taser on legs. The dev, when reached for comments, said, yeah, there's a bad ending. The dog runs away. What do you mean he died? How did you kill the dog? The dog's fine. I'm not emotionally ready for actually handling this. Because our little guy, the other little guys, and the robots are able to communicate through the central system. At the end of the first game, we gain access to this, which is what gives us control over the other robots, and the other robots then become friendos.
Dorom oni utapi se batni.
The dog's fine, bacon's fine, caffeine's fine! I don't want to go underwater. But yeah, so what we can glean is that they had this idea that they were going to land and terraform the planet. The ship split in two at some point between here and landing, fucking everything. And some folks did survive, but, you know, it's been so many generations since that... I forget, what is it like? No human language can survive... Was it survive 1,000 years? No. My brain's gooed.
Mafaldi amor. Lonie tegatitan. L'altro ite fatili. Novo.
Oh, shit. So she promoted Robot Husband as the new captain, because she's clearly sick.
E ancora no fatale.
Oh, no! This is the robot we saw at the end of the first game. This is the one holding the dead baby. Yup.
Dead baby.
It's a baby skeleton.
What games are you playing?
The kind that look really cute and that are actually devastating. Robodog in space. Alright, so far the child is alive. Don't give a shit about the child. I need to know our little cat dog robo best friend is alive. No! Dog's gonna be okay! Dog's gonna be okay! Say the word! Say the goddamn words! That's fine. Space Werner Herzog is gonna repair him. It's gonna be okay. Okay, so Culty Cultison is looking for a path back to Earth. The guy we saw earlier is one of Culty Cultison's minions. Okay, so purple, blue, purple, green. No, that's not right. Oh, it's two blue. Oh, shit. Nightmare fuel right there, DJ Coil. And the little dog is part of the ship's computer. So whereas like the stand-up robots were kind of the get-it-done mechs. Yes, they're in trouble now because this little critter is highly mobile and highly volatile. We're to kidnap the only child who's got control over one of the last superpowered robots. Oh, okay, that's why you can come around. Alright. This guy's a little EMP taser in an adorable package. Ah, okay, I get it now. But yeah, so the one thing you can't do is you can't get the dog wet. Which is what we did. Not only are we getting wet, I'm wet like... stuck beneath the bowels of the earth. Oh, okay. Okay, look. The little dog is fine, okay? Didn't kill the dog. Stop telling everybody he's dead! I mean, yet! Savage here. This thing seems incredibly dangerous. Anti-gravity yeet cube. I've heard of meat cube. Get ready for meat cube. Wait, no, that's the thing I ate in Sons of the Forest that did me damage. Never mind. Let's not talk about that one. Charles is extremely optimistic. Piece of cake. Fish and chips. Cup of tea. England. Core blimey governor. Oh, I'm about to make a worse idea. Ah, you can't crush the child. Oh. fucking make the jump? Come on, kid. How's that upper body strength doing? Not good. Oh. Alright, friends. So, we're not ending on a downer. The dog is fine. The child, we'll see how it goes. But I think I've hit my absolute ceiling limit. Now, please, 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 don't go anywhere. I'm passing you over to Little Fire, who is in the closing stages of finishing off the Great Grand High challenge of that Resident Evil video game.
Well, I mean, I already finished it with the puzzle.
Yes, sorry.
So yeah, so if you want spoilers, I have already finished the game.
Yes. Oh, sorry, yeah. The lag is hitting hard. Oxybeat, you're entirely welcome. Gideon, thank you as well. Like, so this is Child of Lana, fuck me running. So this is Planet of Lana 2. This is officially dropping tomorrow. I don't know how much or how little game is left on this one. If this is something you're interested in, and grab it and support it as quick as you can. Same with, you know, Killing Stone and all of those. Right now is a scary time for video games. And this is a gorgeous game that I'm thoroughly enjoying. I know, I'm sorry I came at this as sleep deprived as what I was, but I did not have a horrible time. In fact, I had a fucking good time. I was a little worried that I was going to end this with a dead child, which would have been fine. But a dead dog? No. No. That would have been bad. And seriously, all of you, thank you. You have all been wonderful company and conversation today, and have allowed me to show off this game, take a squillion excellent screenshots, and also not fall asleep in my chair. It's been really good. It's been really good. Like, seriously, thank you all. Thank you, everybody, whether it was bits or gifted subs or what have you. Like, I really appreciate it. I know this month is going to suck, and I know that everybody is having a hard time, so whatever it is, like, I really, really appreciate it. Because, yeah, next month will be 8 years that we have done this. I got loads of cool little things to add, so... okay, and on that note, let me say thank you to the following people, and then yeah, I'm going to throw you all over to Little Fire. I'm going to throw some cold water on my face and make a crap load of nuggets and fries, I think. To Jim Tresina, cheers for the follow, mate. Don't be a stranger. To Verton Flow, BYO Battleship, Clank Crusher, Sir Frederick Durstington, a Crim Puff, a lightly fried fish fillet. It's kind of cool. No, it's not. That's a great guy. But also Yeti. Like, whether it was a comedy sub you were gifting or whether you were celebrating 89 months, you fucking legends, thank you. To Akari Ehrman, Scotty Doggy, Simple Chaos, Gear Graphic, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, J Post, Shitaru. You lot throw in so much month in, month out, and without bits and donations and stuff, I don't get to eat. So thank you. Thank you to the Hamsternator and to Restless Roots for bringing in a whole bunch of raids. That was really fucking cool of you. And to the entire mod team, to Nova, to Moose, to Caffeine, to Tal. Even though I continue to be a mess, you'll continue to be fucking lovely. So thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, friends, give Planet of Lana 2 your attention if it intrigues you. And yeah, now it's time to just put on Leon's changeover mix.
I'm just kidding.
Fuck off! It's not a cult. It's not a cult. If it was a cult, I would have far more control over it. Okay, none of these are vitally important. Oh. Okay. And whatever happens this evening, I do not have to be up early tomorrow. So happy.
Yay!
Yay! But yeah. Right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. One streamer enter, one streamer leaves. Got your scratch-built beast in the background. So yeah, Little Fire's doing well, it'll be the last parts of this current Resident Evil run, and then beginning of the next one, which will finally clear.
Yeah. So we have to finish out because we found the doll, right?
Found the doll.
We got the doll.
Dollar's with us. That was the huge thing that you were working towards.
Yeah. Now we have to finish out this run, start the new one, and then just get to the part where we get the hand. And once we get the hand, we can finish it off.
Yeah. And just as an FYI, friend, this will be day 7. We've been at this for 7 days, cracking it open.
Boop. I don't care. Whatever's
Yeah,
on,
no, it is 7 days.
whatever's on the front page, I don't care.
No, it never does.
Not anymore, at least.
7 days, 7th evil.
I'm shocked that PC is shocked.
Yeah,
Amazed.
it's running and working.
Yeah. Confirmed or not, this is a cult. Well, you know.
It's not a cult.
Can't speak on,
Cults make significantly more money, and one person is in charge.
well, I won't speak on this Twitched on television, but give me a few moments, we can talk about it elsewhere.
It's not a cult. It's not a cult. It's not a cult.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely
Where's my coffee?
It's not a cult.
Where's my night coffee?
That coffee's not gonna help you. You're far too exhausted for that to help you.
Yeah. Do a lot of gotta get up to get down.
You know what? Go ahead. You guys want to panic? Go ahead.
Oh, panicking allowed now?
I mean, for today, I guess.
Panicking is legal. Oh, no, what? That was a fucking good game.
It looks good.
I know, it was so smooth and beautiful in places, that combined with such little sleep. Oh. But if I'd gone to sleep, I probably would have woken up at like 4 or 5 o'clock. I only would have been going for like an hour or 2 at this point. We would have missed so much.
Yeah.
I hope it does good. I really do.
I'm sure it will. It looked good. Maybe everyone else who plays it won't kill the dog.
It didn't. He's fine. The dog is fine.
Look, you're not gonna trick me, okay? You're not gonna kill my goldfish and just replace it with one that looks the same, okay?
Not saying they all look the same, but
Yeah. All right, see you guys in a moment.
okay.
Make sure that goes.